Hello guys, this is Jerry speaking. Welcome to LJPCBM React episode 4 and 2. Now today was the final video episode of the decade. Now this is 2010s we're talking about, and I'm speaking to you while I'm eating this lunch here. So today we're gonna be reacting to Purple Roads episodes 1 through 4. Now I'm eating my lunch right now, so I'm gonna react to Purple Roads episode 1 to 4, beginning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hold on, I can't hear a thing. Hold on.
I'm Carrie Stinson.
Let me turn up the volume.
I'm Carrie Stinson, and my journey through life has been quite an adventure. For over 20 years, I played Barney the Dinosaur on tour, and 7 seasons of the hugely popular TV show, Barney and Friends.
Really?
Now my journey is to bring together friends and guests from all over the entertainment world for inspiring and at times amusing behind-the-scenes conversation.
Wow.
I'm Carrie Stinson, and this is Purple Roads. Wow, I am so excited to be here. I'm Carrie Stinson, and this is Purple Roads. This is a podcast I've been wanting to do for a long time. It is something that's very special to me. I was one of the actors that played Barney the Dinosaur for 22 years. I played it on the road, and I was part of Barney and Friends for over 7 seasons. Through my journey playing Barney, I met so many incredible people working with Barney and throughout the industry. And so this show, we're going to bring those people on, my friends and guests, and we're going to hear these amazing stories. We're going to hear stories, inspiring stories from these people, and we're going to laugh a lot.
Okay.
Not only are we going to have these amazing guests, but we're also going to have some fun co-hosts. And
Wow.
this week, I am so excited on our first episode to have someone who's a really good friend of mine and someone I love so much. And we've got a clip here to introduce him.
So much fun.
My childhood!
That? It sounds like a tricycle bell.
Barney Live in New York City, my childhood favorite, man. Continue on.
Who do you think it could be? It's Baby Bell.
Oh boy.
Hi, Baby Bell.
I told you we wouldn't stop laughing. He's doing it right now, and I can't stop laughing. My good friend, Jeff Ayers.
Hi, Carrie. How are you?
Oh, my God, I'm so glad to see you, brother.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you so much for coming today and being part of Purple Roads.
Well, thank you so very much.
You know, Jeff, we traveled together. We did the TV show together for all those years. And we laughed a lot.
Yes, we did.
I think, now, we probably started, right, doing photo shoots, as we've got some of the Barney stuff here on here.
I think we started doing stuff like this.
I think that's when we first met, which would have been probably, what, 93?
93.
93.
March of 93 is when I started.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we went to New York.
We did the Radio City.
Had you been to New York before?
Yes, I have, but not with Barney.
Okay. And that was my first time, my second time. My second time there doing that. What are your favorite memories of that trip?
It's just selling out the show with all those people. We did not know how big the show was until we went to a live event.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have people.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that again? Hold on.
And that was my first time doing photo shoots, as we've got some of the Barney stuff here on here.
I think we started doing stuff like that.
Wait, really? This is a 98 version of this. Okay, let's continue on where we left off.
Like the concert events.
Yep.
And we packed the
No,
house.
no, stop.
Know how big the show was until we went to a live event.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have people you'd see yourself on TV
Right.
or see the characters on TV, but you did not know the surreal of the show until either we did a live event
Yeah.
or like the concert events.
Yep.
And we packed the house, and it was all kids, all babies and kids and moms and
Wow.
and dads,
Yep.
and it was just that was the part when I knew it was real.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand this. You see me, I got my Texas shirt on today. I'm a very proud Texan.
Wow.
But the show was done in Texas, and most people don't realize that. And actually, not far from where you live these days, but Allen, Texas
In
is
Allen, Texas.
where it was. And so for us, a bunch of Texans going up to New York and taking over Radio City Music Hall was just an unbelievable experience. I remember for me just being in awe, walking on the stage for rehearsal. What was it like for you to be on at Radio City Music Hall?
It was. I still couldn't believe it because of all
Wow.
the different celebrities and different events that went on that stage.
Yeah.
That we got to perform on.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just absolutely incredible.
And
What was your favorite memory?
it coming out on stage and all the screaming fans, and how loud it was, and getting to meet all the new family, the crew,
Right.
and it was really neat to be a part of the show,
Right.
and even seeing the scalper tickets go for $200 or $300 that you didn't even know.
Back in '94.
94, and it was, and I was a part of it,
Right.
which was really cool.
Yeah. And then I think the question everyone wants to know is how hard was it to ride that tricycle?
It wasn't that hard.
Really?
It wasn't that hard. It's just my tail. Trying to get my tail out of the way. So I wouldn't run over.
Did you ever run over it?
No.
No.
It worked out just fine. So
How often did you practice that?
I don't think it took that long.
All right. So what was the hardest thing to do?
Probably the hardest thing for a baby bop to do is to grab things.
Okay.
And while we were shooting and filming and doing books and different things like that, they'd
Right.
hand me an apple.
Yeah.
And you grab the apple and go poof, and you shoot out of your
Right.
hand, so you couldn't grip things.
Yeah.
With the suits.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
so they had to be creative.
Well, the part I've always, I learned so much working with you and Kyle and everyone. And, we were on Barney and Friends together for all
Yes.
those years. And I never thought when we first started, I remember you saying this to me, I have to keep up with you. I'm 6 foot tall and big old legs, and I would run off, and I would never think about that, taking off. And man, you always did. You were always there, man, taking off.
So you got to keep up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you always
Exactly.
did. And I think the other thing I'll never forget about this guy right here, always cutting a joke. I mean, you always kept that set light. People don't understand. We were there all day from the morning
From
to
7
night.
to 7. Or something
Yeah,
like
because
that.
the kids would leave early, and then we
Yeah.
would keep going.
They keep
And
us going.
You kept us going. You kept us going.
Well, thank you.
Well, I am so glad you're here.
Thank you so
And
very
it's
much.
so appropriate you're here, and we're going to have so much fun with our guest today, who you know really well.
Who is that
And,
guest?
and we're going to play a clip, and then we'll go from there.
And that's a heart big enough to
Yeah.
share with all my friends. You are special, you're the only one, you're
It's
the
that
only
voice that
one
sounds so
like you.
familiar.
special, huh?
Yeah.
There isn't
Wow.
another
That's a
in the
voice you
whole wide
remember.
world who can do the things you do. 'Cause you are special.
Is it Bob West?
It just might be Bob West.
Everyone is special. Everyone in
Now, I just found out, Jeff, we're actually, Jeff, he was going to be with us here from LA up on the screen, but we're having technical difficulties.
Oh, hi everybody!
Oh my gosh.
So guess who's here?
Flew you in. How long's it been? Oh my gosh.
It's been like what? Only like 20 years
Oh
almost.
my gosh.
Yeah, so if you didn't know, everyone,
Wow.
Oh,
we got a
wow.
big surprise here. They haven't seen each other in 20
Wow.
years.
It's Barney's big surprise.
Yes, it is, right here in the studio.
Wow. Look at that.
Oh boy!
You dog.
This is now seriously, it actually is technical difficulties that
that I am not on the screen because thank you American Airlines for having a mechanical problem and putting me in Dallas overnight last night. So that's why I'm here. So you don't have to deal with my lousy connection from downtown LA.
Isn't this fun to have him?
How you doing?
Have us all together.
Well, that's cool.
So happy to see you.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what year
still.
did you guys start working together?
Oh wow.
I started March of '93.
Okay.
He's better with dates than I am.
That's instilled in my brain. Yeah.
Because when you started with Baby Bop, Baby Bop was taller, right?
She was at the
Yes.
Majestic. Was she at the Majestic?
Yes, that was Barney in concert.
90.
Yeah, Barney in concert. And that was Down Night. Right?
Wow.
I can't remember who
Yeah,
it was.
that was where they reveled the character.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was Down Night, and she did Barney in concert, and she did then she did. Oh, it was Rock with Barney. It was the second video.
Okay.
Those are the two that downed it.
Was that before Barney and Friends?
Yes.
When they were just doing videos at that point?
Yes.
And then
Okay.
Then Jenny
came in.
Right.
And,
Jenny Dempsey.
Jenny Dempsey,
Right.
yes.
and she did
Yep.
Series 200.
All right.
No, Series 100.
100.
And then that's when I came in.
Then the shrinkage happened.
And then she became BJ.
Yes.
She became
Yes,
BJ.
I remember that because I worked
yes.
with her at, we've got Barney Live all over this place.
Yeah.
She was there for
That's the same tape I have right here. Continue on.
some of the PR stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was determined that it was better to have kid-sized.
Made more sense
Yeah.
that Baby Bop be baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because the kids were almost as tall as Barney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the beginning. So yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure that show, Barney Live, is the first time the three of us worked together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's when I came in and with the mop and bucket,
Mop
if you
and
remember
bucket.
that. The stuck Barney
The
up in
one
was
that
it
fell
great?
in the closet or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I got to see stuff you guys missed
Yeah.
It's a great
No.
on that. Yeah, it was a great
Did
gag.
they have you down there with the elephant?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes. Yes. And I think that's everyone's favorite story, which
Yeah.
you remember the rehearsal when the
Well, my
elephant-
only story about the elephant is every time I'd walk by the room, my eyes would water because the smell was so
But
incredible.
didn't they have y'all down there by the elephant? I thought that-
He was kind of like on the other side of the stage, I think, and up one level or something. Yeah.
because I thought they had y'all down by that elephant.
We lucked out.
Because explain that, Bob. So where were you doing during the show?
Well, we were on what would be called the shop level, which is
Okay.
like a little carpentry shop where they would build sets and and that sort of thing. And they had a whole it was a whole carpentry shop. And if you don't know, Radio City Music Hall is one of the grand old theaters that's all these multiple levels below the stage.
Right.
So
Oh,
there's
my.
floor after floor, and it's just this open cavern. And the stage itself is just this platform that rides up and down. And portions of it's all elevators.
Wow.
So it was like 3 floors down, I think. And we're in our little whisper rooms, each one
Right.
of us. With our monitor and the split screen and all that. And we had our sound people. And, yeah, it's amazing.
I remember that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember when I think I told this story before about when we got there and we were, tuning up the audio and everything during rehearsal. And they had the audience down really low in my headphones.
Okay.
Crank it up, crank it up, crank it up, crank it up. And the sound guy's like, "Are you sure?" I was going, "Yeah, I want to be on that stage." So finally, okay, he cranked it up, and it was like, that's when we got, "Hi, everybody!" And here comes Barney exploding through the curtain.
He almost did a jump right here.
Oh,
I got
my
excited
God.
there.
You start twitching.
I'm telling you. All right, for both of you guys, who was the favorite who was your favorite celebrity that you met on that trip? Because I definitely have mine that I got to see and thought was the coolest thing ever.
Oh, on that trip?
Yeah, remember that?
Like
because the
meet and
Grammys
greets?
was the
Yeah.
Grammys was going on.
The ESPYs was
No,
going
it was
on.
the Grammys.
And the
Oh, and
Grammys.
okay,
There,
both of
there
them.
was 2 of them going on. And
Yeah.
so
Did
yeah,
you see
all
anyone or
kinds of
meet
people.
anyone?
I met Alan Toussaint.
Okay.
Great
Wow.
New Orleans musician.
Wow.
And it was because we went to this EMI party. It was just a little thing in Rockefeller Center.
Yeah.
Little tiny room with just people milling around, and I hardly knew anybody there. They
Sure.
never any big stars there. or
Right.
anything. But here comes our A&R guy
Yeah.
from EMI. He comes and he brings Alan Toussaint over to me, and it's like
Unbelievable.
And he says, do you know Alan? I said, do I know him? The man is a legend. And his face just lit up,
Right.
because he's not all that recognizable
Yeah.
for a lot of people. That was awesome. That was really great.
For you?
There's several. But I remember watching the kids, the kids that we had on set.
Yeah.
And watching them meet Whitney Houston
Right.
and Bobby Brown.
Wow, Whitney Houston, yeah. Bits and pieces, yeah, whoopie do. Continue on.
And we were all fixing to go rehearse.
Yep.
Well, actually, Whitney Houston from I Love Her and I'll Always Love You and Queen of the Night, Bits and Pieces, whatever. But anyway, continue on.
And we were all sitting waiting for our limo or bus or whatever. And all of a sudden, Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston was standing right in front of us.
Wow.
And the kids go, "Can we get a picture with her?" And she turned around and said, "Yes, sweeties." and just to see the kids just be in awe.
Right.
And they were just celebrities too.
Right.
And Whitney was excited to meet all the Barnum
Right.
kids. And then I met the Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh, very cool.
Oh my god, the band, yeah. Continue on.
Where they were in the little bar
Yeah.
that it was down there. All the celebrities were
Yeah.
in this bar, and we were sitting there just, everybody was around us, but it was so real because they were just like us.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I'm from Texas. That's my second time there. And for me, it was I got to see Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, and I thought that was the coolest.
Kiss! Oh my god. Yes!
Yeah.
Just sitting right there. I'm like, oh my,
And then
unbelievable.
Yeah.
then my kids, let me see, Hannah got to meet Jeff Corwin.
Oh,
really?
That's great.
He was down there, and which was really neat.
Wow.
Wow.
Very cool. Very cool. So.
There's one other I
Yeah.
forgot. John Travolta and Kelly Preston
Oh yeah.
brought
Yes.
Jet, their
son.
their son,
Yeah.
and to a meet and greet,
Yep.
and they're like fanboy. They met me, and they're fanboying, and I'm fanboying, and
Oh,
it
God.
was it was amazing.
And I was in the suit.
You were at
you
that
were.
time for the meet
Yeah, I
and greet.
was for that
That's
meeting
when
too.
he was-
Well, and I'm sitting there hugging John Travolta, and
Yes.
of course John doesn't, and I'm like I'm like, oh my. And Kelly Preston was
Yeah.
It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
Pretty awesome.
And what amazing. We're talking about all these people gathered together in this little bubble for these moments.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
It's surreal.
Yeah, I thought it was such an eye-opening moment for me to realize they're just parents.
Yes.
At that time, with their kids, they're just parents.
Just parents.
You know, we see them as celebrities, but they're just parents, and they're as excited as all the other parents equally.
That's right.
So for you two guys, I'm gonna put you in, because you guys were Barney and Friends from the beginning. You know, I was still doing promotion and doing some of that stuff, and I was seeing it out on the road. When did you guys start feeling like the show was going to take off? I mean, really take off.
Well, you got the advance look at
Right.
all that, but I think I told this story about the Hartford, Connecticut. I mean, that was really that was the big thing.
That was your real moment.
I kept hearing these rumors of things that were happening to you guys on the
Right.
road, and oh yeah, 60,000 people show up. Well, it's kind of. But we were doing a PBS Pledge Week stuff.
Yeah.
We were going around to each of the PBS stations. We went to 6 or 8 stations around the country, but we went to our home station, which is Connecticut Public Television in Hartford, and or outside of Hartford, and we did this thing at Hartford Mall, and 6,000 people. We had expected like 600, 1,600, 6,000 people showed up,
Right.
and Barney walks out, and it's echoing through this mall.
Right.
It was incredible. It was just incredible.
And what'd you feel? I mean, what did you think about all that?
Just chills, I mean, I'm in my Barney jacket, and it was like people didn't know who I was. They knew I was
Right.
part of the crew.
Yeah.
But we did this thing. I learned this trick from a guy at a trade show one time. He was running a robot. Put a mic right here in my hand. I had a lavalier, and so taped it right in there, and then just closed my hand, and I could walk around through the crowd, and I could stand in the crowd and do the voice. The speakers are loud enough to overcome me, so I just walked right through through the crowd, and we're like making way for Barney to come through this crowd as the elevator doors open,
Right.
and this just you know, they're going nuts. It's just echoing and echoing and echoing.
Right.
And we get out there, and Barney gets up, and I start talking, and Barney. We weren't supposed to do anything except a meet and greet, but we had to turn it into a mini concert.
Right.
Wow.
And thank goodness we took those CDs with us everywhere. You know, but it was just, you know, it's just one of those, again, a surreal moment.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the part that I remember is doing the mini concerts up on the east side, east coast, and we do they opened up Universal Studios.
Wow.
They were fixing to open up Universal Studios, Barney World or whatever.
Day in the park with Barney.
And they wanted to do a full type of concert to go all the way from Boston all the way down the East
Yeah,
Coast.
because I did this with you.
But they cut it in half.
Yeah.
And they only did so many venues. But I remember going up to Boston and also Toronto. And the Toronto one I've talked to people before about is we did it at the old Blue Jay Stadium and seeing the strollers.
Right.
I've got a picture of all these strollers in the back lot. And it's a parking lot, but it's all strollers.
Yes.
Right.
And I think right then I went, wow.
Yeah.
You know.
That's an epic photograph. I love that thing.
And just to see how many kids were there.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the meet and greets.
Right.
And turning into people Make-A-Wish. You know, all the people that we've touched. And things like that.
So, Bob, when did you realize this wasn't just a job? This wasn't just an act. You had a responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Because Barney was real. I mean, Barney was real.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
And the kids and all that. When did you realize? Did you come to that term? Because I had to come to that term. When did you come? I know you did too.
yeah.
What
Well,
you were doing wasn't just for a paycheck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at a certain point, there were like, it came in phases. I think there were early on. There was this kind of phase where, okay, it's this kind of fun job.
Yeah.
And then there was a second phase where, okay, we've kind of developed into a little family.
Right.
You know, before it hit, we were family.
Right.
Wow.
You know, we were there at Color Dynamics, and we were all upstairs in the break room, crammed, the cast and the crew all eating lunch at the same time, and there's no place to sit, and, you know, everybody's just all over the place.
And how big do you think that cast and crew was?
At the time, I don't know. I mean,
Because in the scheme of things, it was probably pretty small to
Yeah.
what you would.
a few dozen, I would say,
Wow.
at the time. You know, counting everybody all the way back to engineering and editing and everything. But yeah, I mean, then you know, we outgrew the studio. Well, I can't remember exactly when we moved. I know that we were at Las Colinas for PBS.
Right.
But I don't know if we moved before that.
Series 200, I think Series 200, we were at Color Dynamics. And then at Series
That's right.
300, we took it out to Las Colinas.
Right.
Because they did the NBC special.
Oh yes, that's right.
They did that. They did Barney Live.
Well,
And then they did the NBC special.
Well, that tape, yeah. Which I, by the way, which I had the tape right here in the house, but it's in my closet somewhere, which I'm not going to show you this anyway, but, which is good, but that's why I got it from Amazon. But anyway, we'll take a commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll finish off LJ Reacts episode 402 with a huge bang. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Stay tuned.
The Disney Channel is proud to present an original two-part miniseries shot entirely on location in Austria.
My name is Haley.
And what brings you to the mountains?
This is the only place left.
Based on Joanna Sperry's classic novel,
Excuse me. Are you my grandfather?
it's the timeless tale of one little orphan girl desperately longing for a place to call home.
She can't stay there.
She's got to. She's your granddaughter.
Torn between a love for her grandfather and the beauty of the mountains, or a life of opportunity with her newfound friend in the city.
We'll have school together. School?
Oh, yes, of course. You must learn how to read. Everyone does.
Experience the classic story of Heidi that's been a favorite for over 100 years.
I love you, Grandfather.
Jason Robards, Jane Seymour, Patricia Neal, and introducing Noli Thornton, exclusively on the Disney Channel, the world premiere of Heidi.
Job. You wouldn't last a day out here.
A boy who longs for adventure.
Get out of here. Take me where I want to go.
A wolf who fights for freedom.
Let's see what you got. Come on, come on.
Together in a harsh wilderness, they embark on a journey of discovery.
Watch out! He won't hurt me.
Jack London's thrilling novel comes to life in a Disney Channel exclusive, White Fang.
Stick around and follow the adventures of some magical creatures on Fraggle Rock after this.
The Disney Channel presents a Robert Louis Stevenson classic.
The map of Flint's Treasure Island. Jim Hawkins will be sailing with the choicest crew and the finest ship's doctor in all England.
Set sail on the voyage of a lifetime with young Jim Hawkins.
She'll bring back all the pirate gold that we can put aboard her.
And Long John Silver.
My service to ye, gentlemen.
A story of mutiny, treason, and adventure on the high seas.
We can take this ship right now. And I say there'll be no killing till I give the word. Fire that musket, and I cuts his throat.
You let go of me.
Then the die'll be the lucky one.
I hate John Silver.
In a treacherous search for pirate gold.
How are we gonna find the treasure without the map? Stand by for trouble.
Walt Disney's classic film adaptation of Robert Louis Stevenson's literary masterpiece, Treasure Island, only on the Disney Channel.
Welcome back to the final episode of the decade of LJPCBM React, episode 402, and let's get back to the finished touches for LJPCBM React, episode 402. Continue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, come on, really?
And then we stayed out there and did series 3.
Yeah, that's right. 300, and then when did they build the treehouse?
I don't know.
It was the treehouse. That was our two-story set with the big tree on there.
Oh, I remember
which was
it.
awesome.
But I remember.
having
running
to go up and down the stairs.
Yeah, running around the stairs, and they didn't think about. It was really cool because they had the steps being all wobbled and stuff like that. And the first time the dinosaurs took off and ran outside, it was boom, 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 boom. And so they had to reinvent and have smooth stairs, so where big feet wouldn't trip on them. So
Well, and that, that's an interesting aspect, right? That you've got Barney's feet bigger, your stride, your feet.
Yeah.
To match for both,
It's like wearing flippers. So I had to pick my feet up, and if you caught your toe, you're down. So kind of brings back memories of us having falling contest.
So what are your favorite moments of that gentleman over there? What do you remember?
Oh, here we are in the suits, and we're melting away, and just his humor of keeping us alive, and I just loved it when he'd go, "Gosh, it's hot in here." Really? No, but Bob kept us in stitches.
We tortured them. Oh, and Patty especially. Patty and Julie.
Patty and Julie, I wish they were here to tell their stories.
Torturing all the little dinos, especially the other Jeff.
Just keeping us in humor and in stitches. And even though we were offset, or getting lit. I guess the lights for the lighting and everything, we had to go out there. And so they kept us in stitches while we had to sit out there. And
yeah, people don't realize that we had. I mean, well, all the dinos had headphones inside of their costumes. All the dinos, and then they could hear us, our microphones and everything. But each one of us in the booths, we had a mute switch to mute the big speakers that were sitting on the stage, so that everybody else could hear us, the kids and the crew and everything else. So that's when we would start poking at them verbally. We'd mute it, and you know, we'd hear you know, Jeff Brooks would just start laughing, and that's when we'd hear dino voices.
We couldn't mute them; they could mute us, so they would torture us.
Exactly.
We did.
I learned in later years that there is a mute button. I would turn it off sometimes because,
man,
I mean, it was chaos. It was
Man.
chaos, but it's one of those things I love about this. I want people to understand about this, because I love how you said family, because there's no question about that. And you've got to keep it going.
Yeah. I mean, we'd be working late into the night sometimes without the kids. I mean, because they could work with us a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And they had to keep us going.
Well, it's like doing a dance marathon.
Exactly.
Except it lasts for 12, 15 years.
Keep going on and on and on and on. One more take. Okay.
When we do the promos, that was the craziest, because sometimes we'd have these outside companies come in, weren't used to working with the dinos, weren't working any of it, and they just wanted to do take after take after take after take after take, and you know, one of our producers would finally step in and go, I think
we got it.
I did one in New York for a PBS event. It was going to be for intermission show, and someone was speaking, and so I had to do a couple things, and then they would say their lines, and it was a New York crew. So I forget how long they can go before they've got to take a break. So they take a break. Well, I would stay in because I was so used to doing it. So all these big old guys would be sitting there, you know, and they're like, "You okay?" I'm like, "I'm fine." And I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 breaks, and I would just stay in, and you could see them. But New York, they don't feel, you know,
shaming you.
Really,
They don't feel it.
because they don't feel guilty at all for the whole thing. But you know, it's something I try to tell people about, because the way it was done in Texas is just so different, right? And how we did it, I think, is just absolutely.
We just fly.
Well, I mean,
incredible.
Yeah, well, there are, you know, the union rules for certain things.
Sure.
And, you know, it was a non-union production.
Right.
We didn't, you know, we never, of course, they were child labor laws. We had to follow those,
well, obviously,
which really shaped the shooting day and the shooting week. And thank goodness for that, because it gave me a lot of free time.
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
But they'd really they'd look to us to tell them when we were getting close to not going another take. So,
but did anybody in a costume ever actually faint at any point?
Oh yeah, this was years later when we did the Firehouse video. Remember that down that gully?
Yeah, I think Kyle.
Yeah.
But that was a heat exhaustion thing.
Yeah.
Because we were outside and we had flares on us. And, you know, we had the
flares.
Excuse me.
Go back.
Flares.
Go back.
You might want to explain that.
Full packs.
We need some details.
Whatever the full
It
packs.
sounds like a skydiving thing.
I know.
You know, here's the smoke trail with the red, white, and blue.
The flares. Whatever you call those things. The
lighting lens flares. I see.
Yeah.
Not like road flares.
Thanks for covering that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I get it now.
Yeah, I feel like a little cricket burning.
Oh man.
With the magnifying glass,
Still.
But I knew it was pretty bad when we were outside, and the fire guy, the guy that was our paramedic or fireman, we were sitting there rescuing a dog in this culvert, and this dog had to come out. We were trying to save him in the show, and they had us on concrete with the lights on us and everything else on us, and you could hear the fireman next to us, who was a real fireman, going, "I'm done. I'm done. No more. I'm done."
And he's used to being in burning buildings.
He threw his flag up. And we were sitting there going, "Oh, we'll just keep going."
What was your craziest story, your memory? Something you just couldn't believe was happening?
You mean like accidents?
Whatever it may be, yeah.
Mess ups or something? I don't know. He's got one. I can tell.
Yes.
we were doing one of the shows, and it was the popcorn song. Do you remember the popcorn song?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and there's a popcorn popper that was on the set, and it kept popping and popping and popping. And I looked over at Barney, and I'm sitting there looking. I'm going, is that smoke? And I keep looking, and but the popcorn was producing some smoke.
Yeah.
But I looked over there, and there's smoke coming out of Barney's mouth. And I kind of did a double take, and it was smoke coming out of Barney's mouth. And that's where Josh, who was Barney,
Yeah.
I think because we were fixing to go to do Radio City, or we were doing a movie, or was it a movie? It was one of the shows.
I think we were in Montreal.
You guys were in Montreal.
Y'all were in Montreal.
Yes, that's why he was on set.
And all of a sudden, people started screaming, "Barney's on fire!" And what it was a wire that was inside his head that controlled the fan.
Yeah.
And it's just
grounded out on a bolt and started smoldering.
Yeah, but
he told that story at Pop Culture Convention the other day in a panel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was epic. I got to hear all the details for the first time. It's amazing.
And just him coming out of the suit all dripping wet. And it's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?"
Yeah, he said it took him a long time to realize what was going on because of the popcorn.
And
he said that. He said that he smelled something burning and it must be the popcorn machine or something like that. And no, it was him.
It was him. But he didn't. I think the only thing that really affected him was just inhaling.
Yeah.
The smoke a little bit.
He said what was really funny is that everybody kept telling him. He kept saying, "Oh, you're okay," and I'm okay, and they kept saying, "Yeah, you're fine, you're fine." He said, and all of a sudden, here comes an ambulance,
right?
Just for safety.
Yeah, I felt worried for this whole ambulance situation, with this whole costume situation, but that's just me. Continue on.
But he was okay.
Yeah, that's one of my funny moments. That I remember.
Yeah, that's hilarious for He loves telling that. You can tell Josh loves telling that story. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's just something I mean, to think about what we were doing and the amount of costumes and all of that stuff, and that only happened once. That not a whole lot happened on those kind of things.
Yeah, we had.
It's amazing.
We were lucky.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I mean, every once in a while, you had that thing, especially in I think old school studios, where every once you had to train the kids and train everybody. You hear a pop, you do not look up because a light bulb, when one of the lights is just broken, don't look up. Do this instead. So when the glass rains down on you,
you don't look.
It's not in your eyes. That happened. I remember that happening maybe 3 times or something.
Well, yeah, it happened.
Yeah.
You remember that? I think you're the one that saved us. Yes, there he is. You didn't bring your cape, but yeah, it actually dropped. A little bit of fire dropped.
Yeah.
Oh, there was one time when
I think you pushed us or something.
A whole lighting instrument came down.
What you want to do anyway?
There's my chance.
Sorry, a whole lighting.
You were wondering why that lighting instrument came down?
You're right, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. It was me that saved the day.
But it was everybody was very safety conscious on that.
Oh,
especially
absolutely.
with the kids there.
We had a great crew, great team. Yeah. Everybody loved everybody.
Yeah.
Well, there was such a great concern, right? If any of the dinos had any issue, I mean, everyone just, it was such a teamwork aspect of everything going on.
That's why you take care of your wranglers, your dressers.
Yeah, for us, our dressers.
They were on it. They always took care of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Where's your favorite place to travel?
Oh, wow. Probably Australia.
Okay.
I mean.
Wow. The Wiggles, country place, but especially AC/DC. That's just me. Let's continue on.
Well, so, just amazing there. So friendly and funny. And it's like everybody's just like super conversational and witty, and just charming, just fun. And then I got to go to, we went to New Zealand.
Okay.
Right after.
Yeah, the place that Phil Rudd, the drummer, who is decided to tape the head job album. So there you go. Let's continue on.
We went to Sydney, and
this was promotion for PBS?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Or for whatever was playing there.
Sure.
And then.
Well, right, for the Barney and Friends.
Yeah, I think it was like ABC, Australian Broadcast Corporation, Australian. And then we went to New Zealand, and we did our promo there in Auckland, and I had I had like a couple of weeks before I had to be back for something else, and so I took a vacation. And Barney gave us these opportunities to take vacations in places we know. And here I am in the land of Lord of the Rings,
Right?
Those mountains and that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And talk about, we said so many times. We said, "Thank you, Barney."
Yeah.
Yes. Didn't you bungee cord over there too?
Yeah, I did.
I think I remember that.
Did you? Yeah.
There was a video of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you bungee cord.
Yeah, I still have that on like VHS. I need to transfer that, But it was there was a thing that they did for a short time called heli bungee, where it's a helicopter bungee.
You did
Wow.
that?
Yeah.
And he's alive. He's alive.
I had to. I did it twice actually. It was
Were the producers particularly thrilled that the voice was?
What they don't know won't hurt me. Yeah, and like I think, as a matter of fact, after doing that, they kind of changed my contract a little bit.
That's
No
all right.
riding motorcycles, no, but that experience in and of itself was I actually set an unofficial world altitude record for helicopter bungee.
Wow.
Oh boy.
It was 1,100 feet and 1,150 feet.
Wow.
The reason for that was I was so overweight that they went higher just out of safety.
Just to make sure.
So, yes, extra pounds equals world records. Bob West.
That's hysterical.
Yes, I mean, the opportunities that Barney afforded us were just amazing.
Yeah, I remember getting a phone call one time from Julie Hutchings. She was booking talent for events at the time. And I said, "Hey, Julie, how are you?" She goes, "I hate you."
Oh God.
That was the first thing she said. And I was like, "Yeah, well, how are you?" She goes, "Are you available to go to Jamaica?" Yes, I am.
That's a redundant question.
Yes. Exactly. And they took me down to one of those all inclusive resorts.
Wow.
And it was so it was a sing along. Outside, that part wasn't much fun. But then I just go jump in the ocean, and I'm thinking, "Are you? Thank you, Barney. I mean, this is incredible." And I think the part that was so cool, you got to do both, right? I'm not in Jamaica having an amazing time, but I also got to touch some kids. There was this great give back to the kids, and so you could focus on that, and then off in the ocean. Where's your favorite place?
Several different places. Australia, London. And when I started, they wasn't sending Baby Bop out on everything.
I think that was because of you.
It was me.
Yeah, wild man.
They knew all about me.
Right.
They had to keep me contained. But but they once
Or they were
started-
afraid you were going to bungee jump
Yes,
from
they
that
were.
helicopter.
They had a big insurance policy on me. Yes, but no, probably Australia or London, and we went to Canada several different times.
Yeah.
Man.
And I would never got to go to Canada if it wasn't for Barney. Barney sent me all around the world, and I remember going to Puerto Rico and almost melting to death.
Oh, wow.
So we did the parade, one of the Puerto Rican parades down there.
Speaking of parades, like Macy's,
And then
Thanksgiving.
we did Macy's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny, and you probably, I don't know how you feel about this, but it's like a highlight, but it's one of the hardest things I've ever done, because people don't realize that you have to get on that float.
At 5, something like 5 in the morning.
And you're in the back of the line, and so you're on there for hours, and then you go
it's
through
freezing.
It's freezing, and you're, one year I did it was raining, so you're on a wet deck, thinking, if I slip off of this thing on national TV, I might as well just stay in New York. Well, forget coming back to Dallas. But at the end of that thing, then you have to perform. There's a sign saying, you're about to be on live TV. And you're trying to talk to your legs and everything going, all right, here we go. And then I remember always, as soon as I get out of that costume, race to the phone to call Miss Penny. Because I know if Miss Penny was she would tell you
if something was
wrong. And I just
wrong.
need to make sure I was staying in New York if I was actually getting to come home. I don't know, what was your feeling?
Miss Penny being our performance director.
Yes. That just,
She was a performance director and kept us together. She was the glue.
Yes.
Yeah, Mama.
She was the glue. And, I didn't get to tell this story before, but we were turning the corner and on one of the floats. You know, they have 3 different platforms on these floats, and some of them have the handlebar on it where you can hang on to it, and some of them don't. Well, this one that we were, I think one of the other Barneys was with us, and there was 3 different rings, and it was a circus type setup, and BJ was at the top, Baby Bop was in the middle, and Barney was down below, and I was, you know, keeping myself active, so I was dancing around and bopping around. They had music playing on the
of course,
on the float, and I was in the circle. You know, I can only see so much. And so I was on the circle, turned around, and I fell off the platform, and I bounced into Barney, my head popped off. The fan of my head popped off, and everybody rushed to they helped me out, and clipped my head back on. And luckily, we were in a corner, no cameras, no people were in,
good.
And but I was.
Yeah, because people don't know that we usually put one dresser and hit them somewhere on that float.
Man.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
then the others would walk.
I think it was
Yeah.
Janet. I think it was Janet or
Yeah,
somebody
they
that
would-
there was.
In her secret spider hole. And
Yeah, that's what they would. That's what they would do.
Wow.
And most people also don't know. And you were saying there was a different Barney, because none of us were SAG. We were only allowed to do it once.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Each one of you could only do the parade
We can
once.
only
That's
do the
right.
parade once.
That's right. Or
Interesting.
otherwise, you'd have to join.
Join SAG.
And so every year, and they would really have to look after a while, because you have to trust who you're putting them on national TV.
Right.
And they finally near the end changed that. And I
changed
actually got to do it.
I got to do it twice.
Yeah, I did too.
Still.
Say could you?
But at the
If
beginning,
you changed characters, it wouldn't matter. In other words, if you
Yeah,
two,
I play BJ.
yeah,
Yeah.
that probably wouldn't matter.
I
You,
have a hard time playing Baby Bop.
You could.
I don't know.
Oh man.
If I was too tall for the Barney costume, and that's why we split the the gig, you know.
Yes. Which if most
Exactly.
people don't know that,
Yeah.
you were supposed to be both.
Yeah.
And it's funny how that all changed.
I was going to tell you about New York and the parade.
Yeah.
And, you know, the story that that's really sad when the balloon got punctured, right?
It was sad, I know. Then again, I felt worried for the balloon. Continue on.
At the last convention I was at in Louisville just now, the GalaxyCon Louisville, this guy walks up to my booth, and I'd never met him before. And he just starts talking about, I was there at that parade. He said, I was there with my little daughter, and we saw that balloon go down and get shredded, and the cops started stabbing it with knives, because what happened was they didn't have enough handlers on it, and so it started
Flying around.
moving around
Right.
and hit a light pole. The tip of the light pole got punctured. It started deflating and coming down, and because they were worried about it, covering kids and stuff,
Right.
cops.
Now that was sad. Though I will say this. It was maybe sad in a way, but it's just ridiculous in a way, because I felt worried for Barney. Some of my friends who are Barney haters in a way, who likes the ideas of laughing their butts off. And that's not even funny, man. Continue on.
Came up with it and started stabbing. So you've got kids watching this thing on national television and live there.
Sure.
And they're
And
stabbing.
and the kids are screaming naturally, and it's horrible. And he's telling me about this. This guy turns out to be a writer for Marvel Comics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and his name was David. What's his great David something? I can't remember his name. I'll have to look it up. But he said my daughter was traumatized from that.
Wow.
I'm like, I'm so sorry. You know, but yeah, I mean, that's how kids really. This is Barney, even if he is
Sure.
5 stories tall, it's still Barney.
Sure.
You know,
Absolutely.
So it's tough on him.
They didn't think about that.
I don't think a lot of people know also that when we would do rehearsal, when you do rehearsal for that parade, you do it in front of the Macy's with no float the night before. And so, we can't, we have to do it in full costume. And the ordeal it took to find a truck for us to get dressed and then to bring us there. And then you can imagine, I mean, it's New York on a Wednesday night, the night before.
It's cold Wednesday night too.
Everybody's out.
Well, we were that cold, but
Okay.
But most people, we weren't. But what an amazing
Yes.
experience to do that.
There was one time when they were inflating the balloons and we got to go to Columbus Circle.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and for some reason I wasn't intelligent enough. I didn't have enough neurons to rub together in my skull.
Yeah.
To remember to bring gloves with me.
Wow.
And I had on a touring jacket, was pretty good, and I had on like a couple more layers.
Right.
I had no gloves, and I didn't realize we were going to be out there for hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
And my hands have never been, it's like it was nice to get back in touch with them after we got inside.
Man.
But so many people just out there working away and just inflating but just watching that process is like one of those things I'd cross off my bucket list because that was amazing to watch.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think we probably crossed off a lot of things off of bucket list through Barney.
Yeah.
What's your favorite bucket list memory you crossed off doing?
Oh,
other than the helicopter.
Yeah, the helicopter bungee that was pretty good. Let's see.
Especially setting the world record.
Well, being able to say that technically I've done Broadway.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because Radio City Music Hall is considered a Broadway theater.
Absolutely.
And that's
Well, mine stepping on Radio City stage, and also the Ryman. And
that's right.
And I think those two were probably. I remember going to the Ryman Auditorium and seeing Slim Greenbean or
Pickett.
Slim
Pickett. It wasn't. It was Green.
Now we're both on board.
Can't remember who that was then.
But it was somebody who was really tall.
Man.
Well, we were all tall.
But then,
dude, you went there.
I'm trying to think of the guy's name. But no, there's several performers that I used to see when I was a kid. And then all of a sudden you're sitting on that stage that they were on, standing on that stage. I've got a photo of that, with you, I think.
Yeah, that was me.
And
that was one of those times when I was jealous of you guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
and we broke the light bulbs. We were one of the first performers to ever break.
The kids were trying to climb on the stage. They were breaking the light bulbs.
They had footlights. That's right.
Footlights.
That went all the way around, and the parents would put their kids on stage and push them.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
And there's Barney, who's 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I hear that kids still climb on the stage at Day in the Park with Barney.
Day in the Park.
Yeah, happens a lot.
Yeah, which I've been to already this year, actually. Continue on.
So what do you guys feel about it? I think this is so cool that millennials are now the ones going to Day in the Park.
Yeah.
They go by themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how does that make you feel that those kids are still going?
Yeah.
And it's all about the songs and the love and all of those things.
Yeah.
What's it feel like to you guys?
It's incredible. I mean, I was saying earlier that there's people who come up to me at the booth and say, and on my Facebook page, that they say, every year we have this tradition. We watch Waiting for Santa.
Wow.
Every year. We get the family together, we watch Waiting for Santa.
Wow, yeah, which is my favorite thing. Yeah, and I'm still friends with Jess Nelson, who was a production designer at Barney at the time. Continue on.
On Christmas Vacation, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a White Christmas or a Wizard of Oz or a
wow.
That's amazing.
I want to ask you guys this because I've noticed this, with us doing this podcast and getting out there a little bit. We see so much these days that everyone's wanting to be treated equal and all about unconditional love, and this is something we were doing 30 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
it's like the people in charge didn't have to think about it.
Right.
It just was natural.
Right. It was never scripted, as I always tell people. It's just naturally what we did. But it's almost amusing to me that we have been doing this and feel this way. Everyone felt that way. And I love how you talk about family.
Yeah.
But I think it's incredible to me that what we're trying to do today, and you'll tell people about it. I've talked about it. And people are almost...
Well, I think what's
surprised,
interesting, right? What's interesting too, though, is that the younger generation, there's a lot more acceptance and a lot more, kids who are. I mean, I'm 63, and it's like if you look at all the stuff that's going on politically and socially and everything, I'm amongst this late boomer generation where younger kids, younger people are are saying, guys, you just don't get it. I'm I've always been a liberal, so
Sure.
I'm on that end, but it's
Right.
like, it's exciting to me to see a whole generation of kids coming up who totally accept, and it's like, oh, he's gay, okay, he's, she's gay, okay, and
Sure.
and it's just, for some of it's more natural, for some it's not, but to know that the production and the people who were writing it and producing it were conscious of all kinds of, it's like, no matter what kind of family I'm from, no matter what color you are, my family's just right for me.
Gender or anything.
And that's
anything.
But we didn't have to tell people.
No.
Yeah.
Right? No one came down and said, well, HR says this or this or this or this.
No.
It was just natural for everyone.
natural.
It's the way
I
we
love
were.
everybody.
It's the way we, yeah. And I just think it's incredible.
Yeah.
And me coming to work for Barney, that was probably one of the greatest things in the world because they accepted me.
Yeah.
For being little.
Yeah.
Which was, but I also had to get them other helpers like me for Baby Bob and then BJ.
Yeah.
Which is really cool because all the love, and it wasn't fake love, it's true love of everybody on that set.
Well, we can't say that we had a monopoly on it. I mean, Sesame Street has been doing that for 50 years,
Sure.
really. I mean,
Wow.
they're just so awesome at at representation and and that kind of unconditional love.
Sure.
But
Sure, and I'm not.
and
not
Mr.
saying-
Rogers. And,
Absolutely. I'm surely not saying
Yeah,
that.
these two are my childhood favorites. Especially this show. Continue on.
I know. Yeah.
But it's just incredible of what we were doing,
Yeah.
and I love that you just brought that up, Jeff, because I had never worked with little people before.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're one of the most dearest people in my life.
I took you out.
Yeah, I know.
Tripped you
Yeah, many times. I think you did that on purpose.
on the set.
But Jeff, you're one of the most inspiring people I've ever met.
Well, thank you.
Because you, I mean, set such an example and brought all these amazing people that are all special in my life. And my favorite, you probably don't know, is my favorite Jeff Harris story is that he used to go to the grocery store at the same place that my father did.
Wow.
And my dad many times would go down an aisle and find Jeff climbing it.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Instead of Jeff going to get someone to help him, he would climb the shelf, and my dad would go, Jeff, and he would grab whatever and hand it to you.
And Jeff's like, what?
But and that's why I love that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There was never a
This is
you have
natural.
to keep up with us and do a lot of those things.
Yeah.
And that aspects, and I've seen it.
Yeah.
And of course, being on the road, I saw several times people not treat.
Yeah.
And I mean,
But
we would all come out of our.
But I tell him, I said, can't. I said that they just don't know better, and because you're gonna. I mean, what are you gonna do? Beat them up? They'll remember me. And
Yeah,
they
but
won't
you
remember
were
they'll
so
remember me.
amazing about all of that when
and
you
I
saw
just,
that.
I've learned to put a bubble on it and just let it bounce off. And that was one thing about our family, our Barney family, is that everybody was different, and we kept that love even outside the Barney family.
And I was gonna say another inspiration is your family. You. And your family,
my gosh.
And all of you have done, and all of your accomplishments, and gathering that family the way you've done, man.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a lovely thing.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Yeah. We love you, Jeff.
We do.
We do. Honest to God.
Thank you. Barney was special to me because I even got to propose to my wife, and
yes, man, that was just the greatest time for us too. I swear, we got to enjoy all that vicariously through you.
And it cost me off the wallet too. Because I had to invite everybody to my wedding. Yes. So,
worth it though.
Yeah, it was worth every minute of it.
Man.
Well, Bob, I want to talk about these cons you've been doing.
Yeah.
What's the experience been like for you to get out there on the road?
These cons that I've been doing, you got your long con. It's called the Spanish Prisoner. That's where you... No, okay. What's funny is somebody called their agent the other day. This is my con man.
Nice. Nice.
But I've been doing pop culture conventions, cons.
Sure.
Some people call them comic cons because
Okay.
it's kind of trademark now. But it's funny. Josh Martin, for years, has been just poking at me and saying, dude, you got to do this. You would love this. People would want to come and see the voice of Barney.
Right.
And for a long time, I just kind of said, I don't know. I don't know if there's any demand for it or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. So finally, about a year and a half ago, he convinced me to start, or maybe 2 years ago, he's convinced me to start taking some action on it. So I contacted somebody who had an agent, and after a little while, she sent him an email. And like 30 seconds later, he emailed back, and he said, Bob, you were my Barney. So the guy who's my agent now is actually a Barney fan.
Wow.
He's in his mid-20s. And I was his Barney.
That's awesome.
And so he's just like so stoked about being able to bring Barney to the fans.
Wow.
And so now here I am out on the road 6 times this year at all these cons, GalaxyCon and what used to be SuperCon in a couple of places, and Michigan Comic Con and some others. And I'm there with other guests, and my mind is totally blown by the guest list that I get to be on. It's like, how did this happen?
So who was your favorite?
Oh, I it's like, how many favorites can you have?
But you have to have one of those.
Oh, how many times
was your Barney?
Who was my Barney?
Who was your Barney?
Well, I mean, gosh.
2.
Bert, well, was it Bert?
Gilliam.
Bertram Gilliam, yeah, who was in
Blazing
Saddles and in Paper Moon.
And didn't you say he shows up in the cowboy?
Yes, he's in his table in the So what it is we have signing table. There's an area where everybody's kind of lined up,
right?
And we have these tables that they could usually call signing tables, where you've got pictures all laid out and a banner with your mug on it, and people come by and say hello, and we get autographs and take pictures with them. And Bert is sitting there in his cowboy costume, and he's so great, so funny, and so much fun. And I take pictures with him. I'm thinking, more beans, Mr. Dinosaur. It was that, and I've taken my picture taken with. We did not. I'm sure he would have. He seems like he's game for anything.
Right.
He's awesome, but. I've taken pictures with, like there was Daphne Zuniga, or I took pictures, I even like the Red Power Ranger and all these guys. But lately, the last couple of days, or the last couple of shows, there is a gentleman who was like one of the earliest Godzilla performers.
I think I saw that photo.
Mr. Kitagawa, yes.
Yes, I saw that photo.
Yes,
Cool.
and then Ben Furuyawa, I think his name is, or Furuya, I think.
I was wondering who he was.
Ultraman.
Wow.
It was Ultraman. So, I mean, these living legends. Yeah. They're just the nicest people, and here Godzilla comes up to my table and he presents me with this packet of signed pictures. And we're exchanging pictures. They're just so great, and it's like that with most of the people who are at the cons.
Wow.
They're just really cool people, and you get to have this little conversation with them,
and you see, right? You see that we all have that passion of what we did and what we were part of, which is amazing. I mean, I was a huge Ultraman fan. I think
my!
I was a huge fan. I watched it all the time.
But I mean, for fans of Princess Bride, I think it was like on Sunday I had lunch with Cary Elwes and and Chris Sarandon.
One of my favorite movies.
Yeah,
absolutely favorite movies.
Awesome. And they're awesome guys. It's just it's kind of surreal, this little. But see, this is the thing that I love about the cons, is that there's just this little bubble of alternate reality, and for this shining moment, it's like a little Camelot, and people can come and everybody accepts everybody else, and everybody does their thing, and it's cool and it's fun, and you just get to be in proximity with these inventive cosplayers and these these awesome guests, and it's great. It's fun.
So did you get to work when Josh was working?
Did I get to what?
When Josh was there? Was Josh?
Josh was there. Yeah, he was there this weekend too, and so he and I had several shows together. So. And he and I got to do this panel together as well.
Oh, very cool.
Weekend. Yeah.
Very cool.
And he and I and Dow Knight, the original Baby Bob Body. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. So that was her first con, was this weekend.
Wow.
She did Saturday and Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah. I had no idea. Well, we may be seeing Mr. Martin on an episode coming up, possibly of Purple Roads.
Good.
Well,
Kind of want to finish up, Bob, with talking about what were doing the voice. You know, we understand
What voice?
right?
What are you talking about?
I know exactly.
I'm hearing things.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, because we obviously understood we went through a lot in the costumes, but for you, what were the hard parts? What were the, you know, was it the singing? Was it trying to keep up with the performer? Was it the talking? Was there a syllable? I mean, what were your challenges?
Well, I mean, the I tell you what, in some ways, it was really easy because it was just such a joyous thing to do.
Wow.
We were having so much fun on the set, you know, that it just, the energy just would flow. You know, the kids, you know, when you're working with kids,
Sure.
it's like either you hate it or you love it.
Right.
And I just loved it. It was great. Sometimes it would be unpredictable, and you'd have to cover a line for them, especially at the beginning of a song.
Right.
Where, you know, it's the intro, and somebody messes up their line, so I'd have to change my line.
Right.
And then time it so that I take a breath just before the Barney vocal comes in.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And those little things were a lot of fun. The biggest challenge, well, one of the things was that the first voice was really low.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to maintain.
Sure.
wow.
You know, it was, hi there, Tina, how are you? You know.
Wow.
And I had said as well as, you know, it's got to be, or I think it needs to be higher because it's a little more friendly
Sure.
as well.
Yeah.
And it was so much easier to maintain when we brought it up. So
Sure.
that really helped. But the biggest challenge I ever faced was 3 months of laryngitis
That's what I was.
while we were shooting. Did you know about that?
I did not.
I got laryngitis, pharyngitis, and tracheitis, and it was severe.
Wow.
And it lasted for 3 months. I literally had no voice for 3 months.
Was that series
Wow.
200, 300, something?
It was. We were at Las Colinas, so I think it was 3 or 4.
Three or four.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah, but it started early enough in the season, and ended before the season ended. So they brought in somebody. I think David Franks maybe.
No.
And
No,
he
it
read.
was.
I don't know who it was. I don't remember.
I wasn't there.
But he read the.
David Franks was one of them.
Yeah, but he would read it so that, you know, Barney would move and flap the jaw,
And you had to go in and re-record.
and I had to dub it later. Yeah,
Wow.
How long did that take?
it was scary. I didn't. That was
Because how
really.
many episodes were you talking
Yeah.
about?
Did
you
it was
miss?
probably about 2/3 of the season.
Oh, wow.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Because we were worried about you because we didn't know.
I was worried about me too, but the doctor he was like, it'll take as long as it takes.
It's like it's like a singer though. You know, it's like because you hear the professional singers,
Yeah.
they lose their voice. You know,
Well, that's usually because of like nodes or something on their vocal cords. But laryngitis is just this virus that gets in there and it sits there for, you know, for ages. And but yeah, I actually at the time I had this I made up a program on my Mac in HyperCard, which was an old thing that you could develop software with, and I created a little thing that would speak for me.
Really?
I would type into a field and hit return, and it would speak for me. And I'd actually come to the studio and talk to everybody that way. And I would like.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, and I would I would call my mom and say, "Hi, Mom, it's me." You know, in this mechanical voice.
Wow.
You know, I have laryngitis. You know. But it eventually, yeah. I mean, at first it was scary, like for about the first couple of weeks, and
Wow.
then I just said,
It was scary, alright. Though I doubt it would be big enough. Continue on.
"What can you do?"
Yeah.
You know.
Did you develop anything from? Because I did. I ended up getting claustrophobic.
Did you?
I did the second year of the tour.
Oh.
So we'd had the summer. Well, I usually didn't have the summer off. I was doing a little event, and we got out there, and I freaked out. Absolutely
Finally caught up with you.
freaked out of being in the closed space so long.
Wow.
And Miss Penny was out there, and she came out. And she goes, "I could see the tear in your eyes." But I mean, there was nothing. I mean, I had to keep going. So they would take me out 20 minutes before the show with the teeth out, and let me just get fresh air and kind of prepare myself. And I had to work myself back up, and it probably took 3-4 months where I was finally comfortable doing it again. But it hit me, and she's like, "You've been doing this for like 8 years. How can you be claustrophobic?"
But you never know when that stuff's gonna hit.
Well, yeah.
But yeah,
Did you ever have anything?
Not like that. That was just kind of odd. But
Yeah.
no, knock on wood that I didn't. You know, we were very lucky. The little ones, the way we flew around and ran around the set, and you too,
Right.
without somebody seriously getting injured. I mean, because we crashed and burned,
Really.
and we had a competition on who felt it.
And you did some good ones. But you did have that nearly uncontrollable urge to strangle the dino voices. But you were so good at controlling it.
Man.
It was the therapy.
It was the therapy.
Yeah.
Are you doing cons next year?
Yes, we've already got, I think, a couple tentatively booked. And
Okay.
So yeah, you don't repeat. So
Oh, okay.
for the first few years, you have to kind of keep. The agent has to book more, and so we'll see. We'll be able to. This is the booking season. We'll know by December and January, pretty much most of next year, what's going to happen. So we'll make announcements as the year progresses.
Still.
And where can we find you?
I'm doing mergers and acquisitions, selling companies.
Right
Yeah. Just grinding along.
Doing his Gordon Gekko imitation.
Yes.
And I'll finish with this because I know everyone wants to know. What do you think? They're talking about a new movie.
I've heard that, but I mean, as long as they keep it real, keep it Barney, and keep it Barney. And I guess that's what you want to say.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do you think, Bob?
Well, it's tough to know. It's just like you just have to wait and see what happens. It's
Wow.
I mean, of course everybody asks, "Are you going to do the voice?"
Sure.
And nobody's contacted me.
Sure.
But normally, what happens with reboots is that they like to start from scratch,
Sure.
so they can control everything. And
Wow.
so whatever happens. But I'm somebody pointed out to me the Banana Splits movie. I don't know if I mentioned that to you.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yes, where they took these these
Sure.
kids characters and they turned them into serial killers for whatever. So
Wow.
just hoping that they don't
Which I recorded on Sci-Fi. That's just me. Let's continue on.
go in that kind of
Sure.
direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And honor the character.
Yeah. And I think they will. And I think what's so exciting to me is that there's obviously they see the audience.
Right.
That everyone still loves this
Yeah.
amazing purple dinosaur and that green one too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, it's Mattel, and I think they get it.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's going to be good. I can't even tell you, guys, first of all how quick an hour goes by.
Yeah.
And then just it seems like we were just doing this.
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe we should get the band back together.
Get the band. Let's do it again. And like the Stones, walk out there in a
Yeah.
walker.
Man.
Could you do it again, Jeff?
I'd do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if I could do like I used to do. But
You could still ride that tricycle?
I can wear that tutu.
Yes.
Yes, I can.
But guys, I can't tell you enough what it means to have you here. It's
Thank
great
you
to
very
see
much.
it. And
I haven't seen either one of you in
I
all
know.
that time. This
I
is
thought you were
this is
gonna be
awesome.
up there.
Gotcha.
he's still got that Barney magic.
Gosh. There he is.
Oh, goody.
Well, we just have to do this again, and we have to have you on, and we have to have the girls on, and we have to have everyone on, and just let it go.
It was the whole cast and crew in this tiny room.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely,
Or all the dinos on all the voices. That'd be really good.
absolutely. Well, thank you all for this
Thank
amazing
you.
time. Thanks for being on Purple Roads, and we'll see you soon.
So that was Purple Roads Podcast Episode 1. Bob West and Jeff Ayers. Ayers, what do you pronounce his last name? What did I think about this video? It was amazing. So far, this video is a success. So, when we come back, we will react to the next episode of Purple Roads podcast, excuse me. And then we'll finish off with a huge bang. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Stay tuned.
Before school with totally kids only. There's outrageous fun with Disney's Adventures of the Gummy Bears, Adventures in Wonderland, and Fraggle Rock.
That's TKO!
A mysterious stranger comes to Avonlea.
Just look to your last Stick around, there's more fun ahead on the Disney Channel. Coming up after this, it's Fraggle Rock.
A Disney Channel exclusive. It's Medieval Madness, Medieval Mayhem, and Medieval Magic. When young King Arthur and a mischievous magician team up to battle Mad Madam Mim.
So you want to play rough, do you?
It's sorcery at its silliest, a Walt Disney classic, The Sword in the Stone.
Welcome back to the last video Elgin Reacts episode of the decade. For Elgin Reacts episode 4 and 2, I am so sorry for the huge delay. I just came back to make Elgin Reacts episodes, just make a success, came out with family, and now I'm back. I'm just gonna eat the macaroni and cheese again for the first time since hours ago. And now, let's go react to, Purple Rose episode 2, and I'm gonna react to this and continue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm Kerry Stinson, and my journey through life has been quite an adventure. For over 20 years, I played Barney the Dinosaur on tour, and 7 seasons of the hugely popular TV show, Barney and Friends.
Wow.
Now my journey is to bring together friends and guests from all over the entertainment world for inspiring and at times amusing behind-the-scenes conversation. I'm Kerry Stinson, and this is Purple Roads.
Wow.
Welcome to Purple Roads. This is Kerry Stinson. I am so glad to have you here. This has been such an exciting project, and I am thrilled that you've joined us. Each week, we're bringing in some of my friends and guests that I've met from my 22 years playing Barney the Dinosaur on the road and also on the TV show Barney and Friends. This week, I am so excited. We have got a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Wow. That was amazing for a huge Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan like me. Continue on.
With no further ado, we'll show the clip of Ken Scott.
Oh, really? Yeah! Wow, this is from 1991. Or 90. If you watch this remix, this is for you. Continue on. Wow.
Man, that brings back a lot of memories right there.
Oh, Ken, it is so great to have you.
Wow.
Well, it's good to be here. It's good to see. I've seen this movie so many times, but every time I go back and look.
Wow. Really? He's rifle? If you watch this remix, it's for you. Continue on.
Look at it. It just reminds me of the moments when we actually shot it and what we did and what went on behind the scenes. So love seeing it.
Sure.
It's great to be here, Carrie. Thanks a lot for having me. on Purple
You're
Roads.
welcome. You're welcome. It's so glad to have you. Congratulations on your new book.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Teenage Mutant to Teenage Ninja to
Yeah, you can give it a try.
You misspoke.
It's Teenage Ninja to Mutant Turtle, becoming the real Raphael. And basically, this is the story of how I became Raphael the Ninja Turtle, and then all the crazy behind-the-scenes stories of what it took to bring those reptiles to life on the silver screen.
Yeah, reading that book brought back so many memories for myself. It's great to have a fellow costume actor.
Yeah, for anybody that's out there that does mascot work, or has been in movies, or has worked at Disney, or dresses like a French fry in front of a restaurant or something, we're all kind of kindred spirits. And when I meet other suit performers, it's always like, hey man, we got that thing. It's like, I know what you went through.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. Well, I want to talk a little bit, start out with how you, because reading your book, you and I kind of have a similar journey that we got to get to the roles we got to. So, how did you start on your way to becoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Well, I'm gonna gamble that you and I started differently, because I don't think you set out to be Barney when you were 13 years old.
Well, that's true.
Wow.
Well, actually, there was no Barney when I was 13 years old, but yeah, no.
But you did not set out to be a dinosaur doing your thing. When I was about 12 or 13 years old, I was taking martial arts, and I was interested in martial arts movies, just like anybody who's, a young kid doing karate.
Wow,
I want to go see Jackie Chan and Chuck Norris. And as I watched these guys on the silver screen, I was really enamored by everything they were doing, not only from the moves and the karate and the action and the fighting and all that, but just the fact that all these guys were fighting for truth and justice and all that stuff. And ever since I was a kid, I've been attracted to stories of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and comic book heroes and all that. So all that stuff about fighting for what's right and having the power to back it up really appealed to me. So as I watched these action heroes on the screen when I was a kid, just like anybody else might decide they want to be a doctor or a lawyer or whatever they want to do, I decided I wanted to be an action hero in the movies.
Wow.
And that became my goal. So my whole adolescent and teen life was geared towards doing that.
Right.
I was taking acting classes, I was studying martial arts, I was entering in tournaments, and I was doing fight choreography and making my own crappy movies on VHS tape to try to figure it out. And then it just so happened, this all took place in North Carolina, where I grew up.
Wow.
And as I was in college pursuing a degree in television and film, they built a movie studio in North Carolina. It was built
Wow, I did not know you had a movie studio in North Carolina. And you grew up in North Carolina? I did not know that. Okay, let's continue on.
A producer named Dino De Laurentiis, famous producer.
Yeah.
And he goes all the way back to producing Serpico with Al Pacino and Flash Gordon with Sam Jones.
Wow.
Well, he built a movie.
Freddie Mercury and Queen did the songs for Flash Gordon. Yes.
Studio in North Carolina because it was a right-to-work state. You could shoot cheaply there.
Which, same with Texas.
Right.
Same with Texas. So I went through a little bit of the same aspects there.
Yeah, they're looking for labor where they can find it in inexpensive production.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they were shooting Firestarter with Drew Barrymore and Maximum Overdrive with Emilio Estevez, all these movies. So I would go down there during the summers of my college to try to work as an extra and try to figure out how to break into this movie studio. Because somehow I felt like my holy grail was on the other side of those gates of that studio. So by hook and crook, I figured out ways to try to get into that movie studio and meet some people. And eventually I was able to get into the studio. I met people that were in charge of casting extras. And they found out I was into martial arts, started talking to me about a movie that was going to be coming there to shoot soon. And they wanted local people to be hired as extras to get beat up by the heroes of the movie. They didn't tell me. They didn't tell me what the movie was about or what it was called or anything.
Yeah, you had no idea what this was.
All I knew is that there was a martial arts movie coming to North Carolina, my backyard, and somebody was asking me to audition. When you look at everything I was working towards since I was 13, this was it was just being handed to me. Here's your dreams. Do you want them?
Yeah.
So So anyway, I eventually got in touch with these people, found out that the mystery movie, was going to move to Canada because of tax incentives and shoot there. So
and did that just crush your dreams?
It destroyed me inside. It made my heart sad.
Right.
Wow.
But it didn't destroy my dreams because I knew that I was destined to finish out school in North Carolina, then move to Los Angeles, go to Hollywood, and become the next action hero.
Right.
That was what my goal was. So I thought, man, before I even get to California, here's an opportunity. Then it went to Canada.
Right.
So I developed this real, like, deep down hatred for Canada for a little bit. And then I got a call one day that said, hey, they're not going to go to Canada. They're coming back to the United States. They're going to shoot here in North Carolina. Would you like to come audition for this movie? It's called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had only come out a few years earlier in the comic books, and it had been a cartoon for about a year. So it wasn't the thing that had swept the world yet.
Right.
And by the way, it came out, let's say, hit a milestone, let's say, 30 years ago, in 2020, if you watch this remix. Continue on.
Right. People knew about it.
Sure.
And I had heard about it, but I didn't know anything about it.
Sure.
So,
And did you go back and watch? So did you go find out about it? In other words, did you go back and watch the series or anything?
I didn't do anything, Carrie.
Okay.
All I did was say, oh, you want me to come do karate? Okay.
You were just happy to be in a movie.
Yeah, that was it.
Right.
So I went to audition, and certainly there's a lot more detail to these stories that are in the book. They're super fun and entertaining.
Absolutely.
But the short version is I went, and there was like 100 other guys there. They were all auditioning to be extras with karate abilities, martial arts abilities. I ended up getting the role, or getting hired as one of the extras, which are basically the foot soldiers. These are the ninjas that fight for the Shredder, which is the Turtles' arch nemesis.
Sure. What was that process that you had to go through for auditioning? Because I remember, what mine was and what a big deal was. What was yours like? And who were you auditioning for?
Okay. Very good question. I actually got the call, and I lived 4 hours away from the movie studio.
Sure, but you would have driven...
Didn't matter. I would have driven across the country. Yeah, anything. I would have walked.
Right.
So what they did is they said, okay, we want you to come audition. You got to be here, like, tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I was like, okay, no problem.
Sure.
I jumped in my car, drove down there, and drove on into the movie studio, which was awesome, because here I am at a movie studio.
Sure.
First time I'd ever been in one.
But now, you'd gone to that movie studio before.
Yes.
This was the first time you went in actually...
This is the first time I was legally allowed into the movie studio.
Right.
Several months before that, in order to try to get into the movie studio, I disguised myself as a pizza delivery guy. And I showed up with a couple of empty pizza boxes.
Sure.
And back then, it was before 9/11. There was not as much security as there is in things today.
Sure.
I drove up to the single security guard who was in this little shack, and I just acted like I was delivering a pizza to whatever movie was on the lot that day. I just walked up and I drove up and said, hey, I've got a pizza for production. And the guy checked his clipboard, and he looked at me, and I was sweating like crazy. And then he basically just raised the gate, and he said, okay, drive back here to the back lot. They're all back there, and go on. And it was all I could do to keep myself contained at that moment. I drove past him, found my way to the back lot. They were shooting a movie back there, and that's where I met the people that were casting this martial arts movie.
Sure.
Wow.
So now cut to several months later.
Yes.
I'm about to graduate college. They give me the call, come on down to North Carolina, or Wilmington, which is at the beach in North Carolina. Come down to the movie studio, audition for the show, and we'll see what happens.
Wow.
So I drove down there. I saw these 100 other guys in their martial arts outfits all working out, and immediately I'm like, oh, I'm never going to be able to do this.
Right.
These guys are so good.
Right.
And we had to audition for Pat Johnson. Pat Johnson is a legend in the martial arts. And
wow, I did not know that. Pat Johnson. Okay, that is very cool. Continue on.
Movie world. He was he worked with Chuck Norris in the Chuck Norris schools in Texas. He was the original black belt instructor of all the Chuck Norris Tong Soo Do schools.
Oh God, here we go with these Chuck Norris jokes. Continue on.
And those were in California and in Texas. But Pat Johnson is also known for a couple things. One is he's in the original Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee. He has a small part of that.
So that right there.
Yeah. And then in Karate Kid, he trained Ralph Macchio and Pat Morita how to do martial arts. And most people will see him at the end of that movie when Ralph Macchio's fighting Billy Zabka for the end of the movie. Pat Johnson's the referee with the mustache who's like, go to your sensei and point. No.
And, you know, I don't know. I grew up at that time, but I remember seeing Karate Kid. And so I can just imagine that had been really cool, and you had been a nervous wreck.
Well, I will say this. It was really cool, you're right, and it was very intimidating. Luckily, because I had been doing martial arts so intensely, I mean, I was a very serious competitor. I had done it since I was a kid. The training that you go through after a while teaches you and conditions you to keep those emotions in check. Now, that didn't mean my mind wasn't racing a million miles an hour.
Sure.
But the moment as a martial artist that you slap your hands on your legs and you bow low, and then when you stand back up, that's like a little bit of a physical ritual that allows you to center yourself.
Right.
Wow. So even though I was nervous, and I was especially nervous because I felt like the dreams of my life were in balance on this one moment, and here I was auditioning for the legendary Pat Johnson, who just like a couple of years earlier had done Karate Kid, the biggest the best martial arts dramatic movie that had been made at that point. That wasn't just a kung fu, action
everyone
film.
knows about it today. I mean, it's still, they've done a TV show, new TV show, and the whole deal. So big deal.
Movies like that have that lasting power because it's more than just a karate movie. It's a real family sort of fable and drama and all that. So yes, here I am auditioning for Pat Johnson, super intimidated. I bow. And then what we had to do was we had to demonstrate our martial arts. And there were several ways that Pat asked us to do this. One is you do what's called a kata or a form. It's like a gymnast floor routine.
Okay.
Series of martial arts moves. It's supposed to look like you're fighting all these invisible opponents, and it's how martial artists train. And it's physically exhausting because you're jumping and punching and kicking.
But I'm guessing at that time, exhaustion, I mean, everything was so pumped up that you could have gone on for...
They could have tapped my veins and made Red Bull out of whatever was running through my veins. So I did my first kata, and then if he liked what he saw, Pat would ask you to do the next thing, which might be, some people, if they brought weapons to use, a lot of martial, and I just happened to bring some weapons. And the weapon that I specialized in was called the kama, or sickles, which is it's a wooden handle about 12 inches long, and it has about a 6 to 8 inch curved blade on it.
Okay.
It's traditionally a farm tool that was used for cutting down stalks of grain or wheat or rice or whatever.
Okay.
So I picked up my kamas, and I started spinning them around because there are these little loops of rope on them. I'm spinning them around, I'm throwing them, I'm jumping, I'm kicking, I'm doing the whole thing again. Boom, and I get done, and it was awesome. I mean, it felt great. My adrenaline was making me jump higher and kick faster and everything. So now I've just finished my second floor routine, basically, and I am out of breath.
Oh, my.
Is pumping in and out like a bellows, and I'm sweating, the whole deal. And then Pat Johnson says, well, I see you brought some nunchucks with you, which are the two sticks with the rope in the middle. Well, I'd like to see you do those. So I picked up the nunchucks, and that was one of my special weapons. When I was a kid, I loved them so much. I used to practice all the time in front of the mirror, but I kept hitting myself all the time in the head and everything. So I used to practice wearing a skateboard helmet in case I messed up. So I pulled out my nunchucks. I'm doing the nunchucks, boom, boom, boom.
But without the skateboard helmet.
Yeah, no skateboard helmet at this point allowed. So I did the whole routine, finished that. Now I'm just trying desperately to catch my breath.
Right.
And apparently Pat likes what he sees, so he goes, okay, now you're going to move on to the next thing. He asks one of his assistants to step up, and they start throwing punches and kicks at you, not hitting you, but just pretend fight choreography. And you have to react to the punch as if you've gotten, punched in the face, or react as if you've gotten kicked in the stomach.
Now, had you ever done anything like that? The reaction part.
Yeah, luckily for me, again, because I wanted to be an action hero and I was in love with superheroes and all that stuff, one of the things I loved as a kid was pro wrestling. I loved Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat and all that kind of stuff. And so my brother, who's a few years older than I, we used to have our own little professional wrestling league. And it was just him and I, and all we would do is we'd wrestle on our parents' bed or just on the floors and practice body slams, and we got good at it. We could look like we were throwing a real wrestling match. So not only that, but while I was doing karate, I was competing in tournaments in a thing called self-defense, where you act like you're having a fight with somebody, and then they give you a score of 1 to 10 to tell you how good it was. So by the time I'm standing in front of...
Excuse my fart. Anyway, I didn't mean to do that. Continue on, folks.
Pat, I can look like I can get my butt kicked really well. So the assistant comes up, starts throwing some punches and kicks, and I'm flying through the air and twisting and flipping backwards and all this kind of stuff.
And I'm guessing you're really exaggerating these movements.
Yeah, big time. And one of the reasons you do that, actually, Carrie, is because, you know, if you're a superhero in a movie and I'm playing the bad guy, if you punch me and I just throw my head back, well, it's going to look like you hit me.
Right.
But if you punch me and I'm able to throw myself back through the air and flip and land on the ground and slam against the wall, even though I'm the one doing all the work, you look like you're super powered.
Sure.
Right? So you really overemphasize this stuff to make the heroes look good. So I did that. Threw myself around like crazy because this was my dream. This is my one shot that I thought I had at this moment. So I did it all. Got finished, and when I was done, I thought, man, the confetti's about to come down.
Right.
They're about to hand me my first paycheck and give me a dressing room. And basically, he just said, okay, thanks very much.
Yeah.
And that was it. And so I kind of was like, well, did I do okay? Did they like me? All my insecurities boiled up. I got back in my car. I drove 4 hours back home. And by the time I got home, this was before cell phones.
Sure.
The answering machine was blinking. I listened to it, and it said, hey, Ken, Pat Johnson loved what you did. We'd love for you to be one of the foot soldiers in the movie. Come on back down on Monday to get ready for rehearsals. We're going to start. And you're going to work the entire film, which is going to be like 2 to 3 months.
Right.
And we're going to pay you the whopping amount of $75 a day. And I was like, woo, I did it.
Exactly. Now, hitting that button on that answering machine, it wasn't as simple as you were probably a nervous wreck seeing that. Flashing.
Yeah, well, back then, first of all,
because I went through that. I went through the same. I had the exact same thing.
Right.
You did it good in my audition. Thanks, that was great. And that was it. And it was 5 days. I had 5 days later until I got a phone call. So you're sitting all week, wondering. So I understand it. So getting that call, and for you, that message.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what it's going to say.
No, you have no idea. It's for a guy or a girl, it's like asking somebody out. You know, you got to put yourself out there. You have no idea what's going to come back to you. And so, you know, that's I would learn later on, as you would too, that that's the life of a performer is putting your heart and soul out there, and you know, dealing with a lot of rejection and dealing with some positive reinforcement too. Mostly rejection, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Ugh. Sorry. Continue on.
And you eventually have to really learn how to deal with that. If you're not prepared for that or don't have the wherewithal to take it, it can really defeat you and put you in a bad place and really ruin you. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Not only that, but you have to understand that you could have done the best, and it could be something like maybe you were a little too tall or a little too or this or that. So it a lot of times has nothing to do with what you did. It's because they're looking specifically for something.
Right.
And you don't know why, you're just told yes or no.
And you hear that a lot. Everybody says, hey, you know, you want the director's brother to do the job.
Right.
Yeah. No matter how much you hear that, though, it doesn't make it any easier. Sometimes it even makes you madder because it's like, well, wasn't I the best?
Right.
And now they're going to hire that person? So, yes, as I pushed play on that thing and to see what it was, especially for that first, because you didn't know what message it was.
Sure.
And as soon as I heard, hey, this is the casting director, my heart started beating real fast. What is it, Bubba? Pat Johnson loved you. Come on down, $75 a day. And I was like, I just scored my first job out of college, and it's being a ninja. So how cool was that?
And it was 75 probably. You don't even, you know, and I understand, because same thing when I started, but I was getting paid to do what I loved.
Yes. It was
something I thought was so much fun.
The money was absolutely beside the point. It was terrible. The money sucked.
Sure.
But it was totally beside the point.
Sure.
I would have done it. I would have done it for free.
Sure.
For the opportunity and learning experience. So just to be collecting a little something to offset the rent I had to pay and stuff, it was fantastic. And that's how I ended up being the foot soldier.
Before we go to that, I want to start back a little bit because I think this is interesting how you got into martial arts.
Right.
What kind of inspired you to get there? Because I think this is a story you see a lot out there, and look where it took you. So what got you there?
Yeah, basically what happened was I was a soccer player when I was a kid.
Okay.
I was always athletic, always into adventure. I was wrestling with my brother, stuff like that. But I mostly played soccer. And I used to see at the place where I played soccer, I saw this, there was like a karate class that went on that I would walk by, and I just thought it was kind of it was weird and cool at the same time.
Sure.
People in their pajamas jumping and kicking.
Right.
I didn't think too much about it though. And then one day I was in the 7th grade and I'm walking down the hall.
Yeah.
In between, well, it was during a class, so the halls were empty. I was on an errand for a teacher. And out of the shadows from behind this locker jumped this new kid from school. And this was one of those kids that he wore like, this is back in the 80s or 70s.
Right.
And he wore like a black t-shirts and smoked cigarettes behind the school with the other kids and kind of long, greasy hair.
Sure.
Wow.
The look changes, but we all have that
same jerk kid that lives around.
Exactly.
Right? So this guy came running at me, and I don't know why he decided to pick on me that day. I guess I just happened to be there, and he was trying to look cool in front of his buddy who was with him. But he jumped out from behind the lockers, and he just came at me, and he grabbed me in a headlock. And once he got me in a headlock, he did this pro wrestling move called a bulldog, where he had me down in a headlock, but he basically just took a couple of steps, pulled me along with him, then he threw his feet in the air, and he just crashed down to the ground with me in that headlock position, and he kind of wrenched my neck up and slammed me chest first in the ground. And man, it hurt like heck.
Oh, I'll bet.
Yeah, it was really bad news, and I immediately felt, it almost felt like a lightning strike was going through my neck and down my arm, and this whole crazy thing. And he just got up and he was laughing.
Sure.
And I remember, it's so locked in my mind. He just looked at me and he goes, "That's what you get." And he just ran off down the hall with his buddy laughing. And I'm sitting there on the ground, like my neck is stiffening up right away. Tears are coming into my eyes. I'm looking around. Is there a teacher? Did anybody? Nobody. I'm just by myself. Just got slammed in the ground.
Right.
Went back to school. Went back to class. I'm rubbing my neck. I try to explain to the teacher what happened. I'm fighting tears. My classmates are looking at me, and it was just really a very low, vulnerable moment.
Right.
Wow.
And for somebody that was so into action heroes and superheroes and knights and all this stuff, to get my butt whomped just like that and be like feel so pathetic, it just felt terrible.
It was.
So I went home. And I'm sitting around that night, and I'm just kind of stewing over it, and I just was like, I don't ever want to feel this way again. And I remember there was this kid in my school, Bobby Henrik, and Bobby had gotten in a fight, or a scuffle, should I say, with some other kid like a couple of months before or something, and he was in the hallway, and it was at the lockers, and everybody was in the hall at that time, and some kid pushed him or took a swing at him, and Bobby just leaned back and raised his foot up and tried to kick the kid, and he kicked the kid like in the head.
Right.
And he wasn't perfect or anything. Bobby kind of stumbled back, and he didn't knock the kid out or anything like that, but that was the end of the conflict. Like, he showed the kid, bam, he kicked him in the head,
Right.
fell back. And I remembered that, and I thought, man, I wish I could have done that to that jerk that jumped out at me.
Man.
So at that particular moment, I decided I wanted to take karate. I thought, this is what I wanted to do. I've seen it. I saw what Bobby did. I don't want to feel like that again. I'm going to do it. So the first thing I did is I went to the library, got a book on karate, went in my backyard, I took my shoes off, and I opened the book, and I put a couple bricks on it to hold it open, which I'm sure the librarians don't want to hear. And I laid it on top of a trash can.
The librarians are thrilled with what you ended up.
Yeah, right.
Where it got you, it's okay
Yes.
that the bricks were on that book.
So kids, go to your local public library. It'll change your life.
Yes.
So I'm sitting out in the backyard, and I'm learning how to do a horse stance and a reverse punch.
Right.
And just some super basic moves. But you can only learn so much, right?
Sure.
It's like learning how to swim from a book.
Sure.
So,
and you're not sure if you're doing the right technique and...
Right. You know what the picture looks like, but you don't know if you're moving right to get there.
Right.
So I went to my dad and I said, "Hey, Dad, I want to take karate, and if you can sign me up for the same class that Bobby Henrik's in, it's only $15 a month. It's at the community center, and I really want to do it." And my dad was like, "Well, you know, this is going to be just like the model rockets and the model trains, and just like kids, you do something for a little while, you lose interest on to the next thing." So he made a deal with me. He said, "I'll pay the $15 a month. I mean, $15 a month. It worked out to about $1.88 per karate class, which is a really good deal."
Yeah.
He said, "I'll pay for it, but if you quit, you have to pay me for every month that I paid for up till you quit." And I was like, "Okay, I'll do it. No problem."
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that, to see how dedicated you are, because that's exactly what kids do.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out their way and trying different... I love that.
So I got started. Turns out my instructor was a very respected martial artist who's still in my life and still a mentor to me today. And just the quality of education and learning that I got by starting with him, it was worth every $1.88 we paid for every class. And I did it, it's now 40 years later, and I still wonder if I ever have to pay my dad back if I stop working out.
It sounds like you're never going to stop. It's just part of you and in your heart and soul.
Yeah, it's probably the single most influential factor in my life is martial arts. It opened my, first of all, it taught me confidence and self-defense and physicality, and I competed and just everything. But then the philosophical and the mental side of things that you don't know right away, but as you train over the years become apparent to you, and then studying and training and traveling and with everybody else, it's a huge part of my life that still guides pretty much everything I do.
That's awesome. So we get hired. We're on the movie. How did we get? Because I know you started out. It's the Foot Clan, right?
Foot Soldier, yep.
Foot Soldier, and then Raphael. I know everyone wants to hear. How did we become? Well, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
For those that know the movie, I don't know. We can check. Do we have the clip of the?
Well, we do. We do have a clip of the Foot Soldier. Let's show that.
Yeah. So basically, what happened was I was hired to be a foot soldier.
Okay.
And there was all these other foot soldiers on the movie as well.
Yep.
And as we were choreographing the fights,
and we're going to start showing it here as we're going.
As we're choreographing the fights.
Oh my!
All these different foot soldiers. Well, this is me diving through the windows, breaking through the door. That's me swinging through the windows and the glass. And then my best part that most people know is this foot soldier right here doing the nunchucks. That's actually me reprising the nunchucks that I did in my audition for Pat Johnson.
Very cool. Now this is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first Ninja Turtle movie. And what's funny is...
And by the way, that was the last movie the second movie dedicated to Jim Henson. Passed away in 2000 not 2000, but 1990. Excuse me, I misspoke. But anyway, let's continue on.
The guy that's playing Michelangelo is pretty good at doing nunchucks. But he's wearing a turtle suit, so he's kind of encumbered. Right. It's hard for him to do fancy moves.
Sure.
I'm able to do a whole lot of stuff. Well, the producers were like, they actually got concerned when we were shooting. They said, the ninja's too good. The Ninja Turtle needs to look better.
Right.
So they jerry-rigged. This is not in the script. They created this power drill with a clutch cable that was able to do this propeller move right here because they thought that would be a great way to punctuate the scene and show how great the Ninja Turtle was.
Oh, that's great.
Wow.
So I started as a foot soldier and doing all this fighting and everything like that. There's no Raphael in this scene because Raphael just got beat up in the previous moment and then was now unconscious in the scene. And then what happened was during the movie, there's a scene in the movie where Casey Jones, who's the vigilante that works with the Turtles, he meets Raphael in Central Park. They get in a little fight, and Casey Jones pulls out a cricket bat.
All right.
And Raphael goes, "Cricket? You gotta understand what a crumpet is to know what cricket is." Well, he gets hit by this cricket bat, and he flies through the air, and he just crashes, bam, right into the trash can.
Right.
And then Casey Jones gets away. Well, when they took the stunt man that was playing Raphael for that scene and dropped him into the trash can, when he hit the ground, the turtle head came down real hard and broke his nose.
Oh, wow.
And so from that moment forward, the stunt performer could no longer wear the turtle outfit. So the producers went into a panic mode.
Oh, sure.
Because these guys, all the guys that were playing the stunt turtles were all guys from Hong Kong.
Right.
And so they brought these special performers over from Hong Kong to do this, and now one of them was hurt.
How far into production was this?
This was relatively soon, a few weeks, just a couple weeks into production or so.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a little more. I couldn't tell you the exact time, but I know that Raphael had done one fight scene at that point, and it was the one on the roof before I got, and actually, because they shoot movies out of order, you'll actually see me as Raphael on the roof. Then when Raph gets beat up, it's the other guy whose name was Nam from Hong Kong. And then as soon as he crashes through the skylight and lands, from that moment forward, I'm everything else in the movie, but I'm also everything before that too. Like the scene that we just saw before when Raphael saves Judith in the subway.
Sure.
That happens very early in the movie, and that's me doing all that.
So and you were the stunt performer in the first.
Yeah.
And then actually the actor in the second.
Yeah, most people probably don't know this, but there's 4 people that play each turtle.
Okay.
There's an actor who wears a suit that has 27 different electronic motors, or what we call servos, that operate the eyes and the lips, and it sounds like this. So then off camera, you have puppeteers from the Henson organization.
How cool.
And they have these incredible remote control systems that can operate those 27 different motors. So those are 2 guys. Then you have a stunt performer that wears a turtle suit that doesn't have any motors in it, so they can do all the action.
Sure.
Wow.
And then once the movie's shot and in post-production, they bring in a vocal actor to do all the voicing of each turtle.
Wow.
So in the first movie, I was the stunt performer for Raphael.
Wow.
And then as time went on and we eventually made our way to the second movie, I became the actor and somebody else, a guy named Ho-Sung Pak, became the stunt performer for Raphael.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So anyway, Raph got hurt. The stunt turtle got hurt.
Sure.
The producers went crazy. They went to Pat Johnson. They said, we need somebody right now to be the new Raphael and do all the action. Who could it be? And after all the work that I'd done with Pat and the time we spent together, he came, apparently I was the right height. He came to me and he said, Ken, my son, this is how he always talked like that. He said, Ken, my son, take a walk with me. And we took a walk and he said, I know you're trying to pursue being an actor in Hollywood. I have an opportunity for you here. If you can go to the creature shop and you can fit into the Raphael suit, you will be the new Raphael.
Wow.
And my jaw hit the ground.
I'll bet.
Holy cow. So they walked me up to what they called the creature shop. This is on the set in North Carolina.
Were you walking or did you run to that?
Yeah, I was walking, trying to stay cool. Once we got to the creature shop, all the people from the Henson organization are there because everybody's in a panic.
Oh, sure.
We need a new Raphael. So they started squeezing me into the Raphael costume. Well, these are custom-made suits that are form-fitted to the body of each performer. And I was a little bit, I'd been working out a lot.
Sure.
I was a little bit thicker and heavier than the stunt performer, and it was very hard to squeeze into his turtle suit.
Wow.
So,
but you were doing everything you could to squeeze it
man,
in.
I was sucking my gun in and doing everything I could. I was like, it doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes. Well, it wasn't working. Some of the parts weren't fitting.
Sure.
And again, my heart got sad. I thought, it's not going to work.
Right.
They're going to go get some skinny little dude to get in the suit. Well, they went into the back. They found some other turtle parts from some of the other performers. So they started to Frankenstein these pieces together. I got like Leonardo's feet and Donatello's arms and Raphael's head. And ultimately, they put all these pieces together because they wanted to make it work.
Right.
And they made it work. And we squeezed together. And they looked at me and they said, you're the new Raphael.
That's awesome.
And at that moment, I was like, thank goodness, everything I've been doing for 10 years, and all of a sudden, on my first movie, first job out of college, I'm now one of the main characters in a martial arts movie.
Wow.
Did you think, because I went through this experience, I toured with Barney for a long time, while there was another actor doing Barney and Friends, was the lead performer. And then my turn came. I got off the road and they asked me, and I took over the lead of Barney and Friends. And there's an aspect of, well, now I'm here. You know, what did I get myself into? Here I am in this position I wanted so much. Did you feel that way, or were you ready to go, or what were you feeling when all of a sudden your dream has come true, and here you are?
Well, what had actually happened was my dream had already come true in steps.
Okay.
I never for one moment thought that I was going to be a Ninja Turtle when I found out about this movie.
Okay.
I was only destined to be a foot soldier. So the moment they started paying me, even though it was only $75 a day, the moment they paid me to do martial arts in a movie, I was in. I was like, this is awesome. Let me do this. I'm going to make some money. I'm going to get some experience. I'm being paid to do what I want to do. It showed me that I had chosen the right path in life.
Right.
It showed me that I could do it. I was qualified. I had what it took. So I felt totally validated in everything that I'd been trying to do in my life. So then, each thing that happened, when Pat called me out and said, I want you to do the nunchucks against Michelangelo, that was another elevated level of my dreams are coming true.
Right.
And then there was more and more things I did in the movie that I could point out if I went this and that.
Sure.
So each thing was like, yes, yes, yes. And then all of a sudden they're like, you're the new Raphael. And I was just like, yes, yes, yes. So just like we talked about earlier, I would have walked the 4 hours to the audition. I would have done anything they asked. So yes, I was totally prepared for it. I was jazzed. I would have suffered anything that they asked me to go through to be in that suit at that moment, because it just took me exponentially closer to the dreams that I had said of being my own action hero. And here on one movie, I just went from extra ninja to superhero in the movie. Awesome. So yeah, whatever it takes.
All right. Because obviously we have connections here, both being costume performers. What was the hardest for that costume for you? Was it vision? Was it the heat? Was it...
Wow. I am not going to try to wiggle out of this question.
Sure.
I'm going to say it was all of them.
Okay.
The challenges were, I know when you're doing things in a big dinosaur suit, it's hard.
Yeah.
And I know you had to do some dancing and stuff like that. And it's challenging, right?
Yeah, and mine was 50 pounds.
Okay.
So you got 50 pounds on your shoulders and having to move them out because we didn't have Henson. So we didn't have remote controls and all. We were doing all that ourselves.
Right. And now I don't believe that Barney had any motors in the head or anything like that,
nothing.
right? It was,
Yeah, nothing.
So what we were looking at with the stunt suits, we were probably looking at about 35 pounds of stuff to work with. The acting suits with all the mechanics and the computer that was under the backpack, under the shell and all that, you're probably looking at about 65 pounds or so of stuff you're wearing. And I could be off a little bit.
Absolutely.
The three things that were bad were the heat, the breathing, and the lack of vision.
Yeah.
And the fourth thing would be the weight.
Sure.
So if you take that weight and the encumbrance, people don't know this because they've never touched a Ninja Turtle suit before.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Barney felt like, but Ninja Turtles were foam latex or almost kind of foam rubber.
Sure.
So it felt like a Nerf football.
Right.
That's what the whole suit felt like.
Wow.
And, when you're trying to doing movie martial arts is a high enough level of martial arts, but then you add in this giant Nerf suit that you got to do it in, and the weight and the fact that it's elastic makes everything want to recoil faster.
Right.
So when you reach out in a rubber suit, the rubber naturally wants to spring back.
Right.
So dealing with the weight and all that stuff makes it hard to break free from gravity and fly high.
Right.
So that's one thing. The heat was awful. The heat, and that's
I know all about that.
I would gamble that the most commonly asked question you've ever gotten, Carrie, is it hot in that suit?
Absolutely.
The number one question, right?
Just millions of times.
Yeah. There's a chapter in the book, Teenage Ninja the Mutant Turtle.
Yes.
That's called Yes, It's Hot in That Suit.
Right.
So the heat was terrible. We would have to wear the suit for 6 hours in the morning, and then break for lunch and get to take a shower.
Right.
And then after lunch, we would have a second suit that we put on, and we would wear that for 6 hours. Over the course of that 12-hour period of wearing the suits, it was not uncommon to lose 10 or 12 pounds of just water weight by sweating it out. And, one thing people always ask, well, what happened when you had to pee or go to the bathroom in the suit? And I'll be honest, rarely did that happen because you're sweating so much. There's no liquid left to come out.
Wow.
So you never have to pee. You're just, it's all coming out through kind of this osmosis in a way.
And how gross is it when it comes to you peeing in the suit? That would be disgusting, man. Continue on.
So the heat was terrible. And then when we wore the Ninja Turtle heads, basically there was like a sort of a rubber tongue and gums inside the head so that you couldn't see the performer's face. But there's actually moments in the film where you can see through those things, and we could point those out and I could show people those things in the movie. But what would happen is your own carbon dioxide, as you're exhaling, gets caught in the head.
Oh, boy.
And so after just a couple of minutes of being in the head and exhaling, you're now dealing with a ratio where it's a lot more CO2 than you would normally breathe.
Right.
So you get sleepy right away because you're breathing your own carbon dioxide, man, and all you're going to do is go to sleep. So you're hot and sweaty. You're weighed down by 40 to 65 pounds of stuff. You're breathing in your own carbon dioxide, and then you have to go do this kick butt martial arts scene, which is like, oh man. And then when you're doing the martial arts, when you look at a Ninja Turtle head, they all wear colored bandanas, right? On the Ninja Turtle suits in the movies made by Henson, the place where the actor saw out of was a little pinhole just underneath the bandana. So the turtle eyes were actually located just above our eyes, and we could see through these tiny little holes. And they had to be super small because otherwise the camera would see them.
Wow.
So when you're doing a fight scene, you could only see a little tiny bit directly in front of you, and you couldn't even see like a whole person or anything. So we had to train the fight scenes just by memory and feel and a little bit of visual cues. And then if I'm fighting you, I'm looking in this direction. But like any great martial arts movie, there's other opponents coming at me. I would have to turn to the left. Well, there's no way for me to see who's coming to the left. So we developed these visual or sonic clues. Somebody would have vocal cues where somebody would have to yell. So if I'm fighting you, every move we do is like, hut, 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 hut. And as the guy's coming from the left, he would be like, here I come. Hut, hut, hut. So we're yelling at each other the whole time to be able to turn and go like that. So the combination of the weight, the breathing, the vision, the sweating, everything was kind of a nightmare. I'm curious for you.
Yeah.
What was for you, if you could pick one, what would be the most challenging?
It would be the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be the heat. You know, it's funny you mentioned about the right to work, because what people don't understand is, you know, the actors doing this kind of stuff in New York and LA, union. So you're not spending as much time in those costumes.
Well,
so for me, and it sounds like for you, I was living in there.
Wow.
When we were shooting Barney and Friends, I was in there all day. All day. You know,
Wow.
we rehearsed Monday out of suit, Tuesday, Wednesday, and half of Thursday. And I'm working with kids, and we've got, you know, the laws, so they have to finish at a certain time, but I don't have to finish at a certain time, right? So we would shoot everything with the kids. And so you're dealing with a lot of heat, and, you know, we laugh because they'd say, well, we've cooled down the studio. Well, I ain't feeling, that suit's not breathable, so I'm not feeling any of that. So.
People have no idea.
And I tell everyone that I have spidey senses, right? Because that costume developed my senses. So my vision, my smell, all of that, because I had to use them a lot. Because, I had a little more vision than you did. But still, you walk in a room and a 7-foot dinosaur, I've got to know where, so I don't knock myself out. And for both of us, which I think is so fascinating for people, we have to make these characters real.
Right.
Right? So someone can't lead me in the room. They can't be Barney wouldn't have someone hold his hand, or Ninja Turtle. You're real. So you have to make that real.
Yeah.
And so you've got to use your senses and everything to create this. Because for kids, they're real. So
yeah,
it's fascinating to hear, because mine wasn't form-fitting. So I had a lot of room in there.
You're still encased in a sauna.
Sure. But did you get claustrophobic?
No, not at all. That wasn't an issue for me. One of the Ninja Turtles was claustrophobic, one of the performers, and people always think it was me. Somebody always asks me, like, how'd you handle that? I'm like, it was no, especially with a lot of the martial arts breathing and things like that, or really helped a lot with that stuff. That's a good way to keep calm in those situations. What people don't understand, they say they cooled down the studio. They even they brought a trailer onto the set. And it was supposed to be super cooled.
Right.
So in between scenes, we could go out there. Well, one, there's no time to go out there.
Sure.
And two, it could be, and people who are like high school and football mascots, they'll tell you this. It could be the coldest day of winter, and you're out on the football field. If you're in a mascot suit, you are sweating like crazy. You are just a water factory. So it doesn't matter what the temperature is, anything like that. It's all just encased. People have no idea.
I did the winter parade in St. Paul, Minneapolis, where everyone is in those sky bridges, and we're out on the street, and it's -19. The only thing I put on was little hand warmers and feet. That was it. I was in shorts and a t-shirt.
Yep.
Wow.
No problem.
And they were probably soaking wet when you got done.
Oh, absolutely they were. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I want to talk before we finish all this book.
Oh, right on.
Because it's fascinating. There's a lot of areas that I related to. You brought back so many memories for me, but I was also inspired by it. I think there's a lot of inspiration in that book, because one, we talk about how you got into martial arts, and then the fact that you just didn't stop. You just didn't take no for an answer.
Right.
Which is how you're going to be successful in this business, because it is so difficult.
Yeah, for me, I had the benefit of my own ignorance as I was growing up. I thought I could do whatever I wanted to. And if I just kept pursuing and going after it and never taking no for an answer, and if I did get no, I would figure out another way to get where I wanted to be. Because you do get a lot of no's.
Sure.
And you can't turn them into a yes.
Right.
But you can find another way to make something happen.
Wow.
And I appreciate you taking the time to read the book. I think, one, it's a great book for people that are fans of the Ninja Turtle movies, because there's just a lot of stories people have never heard before. It reveals things about making the movie that even the most diehard fans don't know, and I know that because I talk to those diehard fans at Comic-Cons and on social media all the time. But it's also for anybody who's really, whether you're interested in working in Hollywood and the movies, it's definitely inspirational for that. At least I would hope.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's just a coming-of-age story about somebody that was like, look, I have a goal and a dream, and I'm going to go after it, and here's what I didn't do, or here's what I did. And I always tell people, look, if you can read this book, if you can be inspired by the things that I did right and do them, great. If you can learn from the things that I did wrong and not make the same mistakes, then that's worth it as well.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Let me pause it right here, and we'll be right back. And I'm not going to break up another commercial break this time around, because due to the fact that I will be going to the bathroom. So hang in there. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you for waiting for me to get back from the bathroom. Now it's time for me to sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the episode of LJPCBM Reacts for the next 2.5 hours. And, 2 hours, 45 minutes. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy. So, let's continue on.
There's two other things that I loved about it. One, I try to tell people, the Barney fans, I talk to them all the time. I know you've got Ninja fans, and to let them understand how serious we took this. And, when you hear the story of Pat Johnson, what they went through, right? They didn't just put bad guys together and Ninja Turtles. They were hiring highly trained martial artists to be in this movie, and I think that's fascinating. And, the Henson Company, to have them working on it. But second of all, I love how you explain the industry to people. I thought that was really fascinating because, when I got into this, I had no idea all the different terms and all of that and explaining. I thought you did a really great job with this book of explaining and giving people a little insight into how they make movies and, mentioning how we shoot things out of order and all those different aspects of it. I thought that was fascinating.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a lot of the feedback that I do get from people is it's really kind of an introduction to that. Again, people see movies, and especially in today's day and age, it wasn't like this when we were kids, but
right.
You can turn on so many news channels and cable channels and see behind the scenes of this and behind the scenes of that.
Wow.
And back when we were growing up, that wasn't it. You had like 3 channels to watch. If you were lucky if you had HBO, and you never saw behind the scenes stuff unless you somehow stumbled on a documentary on PBS or something. And so even to this day, with all the information that's available, people don't know about the little things that go on in movies, or they think making movies is glamorous,
right?
As opposed to the hard work that it really is. Because movies are glamorous, so making movies must be glamorous. And I think it was the famous actress Madeline Kahn that said, somebody asked her, hey, is it fun to make movies? And she goes, it's fun to eat Twinkies. It's not fun to work at the Twinkie factory.
Right.
And it's kind of similar. But that doesn't mean it's all, negative and all that. It's, for me, it's all living a dream. But I did enjoy sharing with people, like, here's things we say on a set, here's how we talk, this is how long a day lasts, this is what lunch means on a set. People don't know. You might, if you start shooting at 7 o'clock at night, because it's nighttime out, lunch is going to be at 1 in the morning,
Right.
And that's it. But that's still called lunch, because it's in the middle of your day, and then when the sun comes up, that's the end of the day, and you go home. So learning things like martini shot is the last shot of the day, and a clothespin is called a C-47. Those are just little things, but it was very enjoyable for me to share what has really just become the DNA of my life in making movies and understanding how they're made. I didn't know that people didn't know these things.
Right.
So to see people's reaction and hear that and find out how much people are learning and is revealed to them has been a real joy.
I want to finish up because, one of the big reasons for doing this show, kids and inspiring people is just so important to me.
Wow.
And you have done it, and we talked about you and I have talked about this, and I want you to tell a little bit about the kids enrichment program that you're involved with.
Oh, right on. I have a program that I started a couple years ago called Zoomies. That's called ZOOMEEZ.
Wow.
And basically it's designed to fight childhood obesity. Childhood obesity has doubled in this country in the last 30 years. There's myriad reasons for that, including school funding cuts, the fact that kids are spending over almost 8 hours a day on computer screens now, whether through video games and everything. So there's a big problem with childhood obesity, and it's leading to a lot of diabetes and over $3 billion a year in healthcare costs and all that kind of stuff.
If you're watching Stepdad, this is for you. Continue on.
Well, I put together a program. I'm a musician as well. I wrote an album of children's music.
Oh, wow.
It's all animal-themed, original rock and roll, based on like 50s style rock and roll music.
Wow.
And it's got all the lyrics to the songs are exercises based on the animal movements.
Okay.
So people can go to zoomies.tv and see some of these videos and enjoy them with their kids, but it's basically for anywhere from preschool to first grade. I live in Fort Worth, Texas now.
Okay.
So the library, the school system is using Zoomies. We've run it in programs in Los Angeles. We've run it in New York. And it's just something that allows me to use the creative talents that I've developed over the years and try to help the health and well-being of our society as a whole. At least I have that sort of thought, that inflated thought in my mind. But if I can just help anybody and just get kids moving instead of just looking at screens and touching them, but using those screens to actually start movement, I think we might be doing a good thing.
Absolutely. So we'll finish off. I've got a few quick questions for you. All right, first of all, and I think I already know the answer to this, but who was the coolest person that you met through this process of Ninja Turtle? Someone that might have visited the set, someone you met.
I met the guy that played Barney the dinosaur, and that's probably one of the coolest things I've ever done. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. The person I was thinking of, reading and seeing that you met Jim Henson.
Oh.
I never got to meet him and heard a lot, and I can just imagine, how inspirational that was.
Well,
wow. Jim Henson's awesome. Continue on.
As I share in the book, I had encounters, but being a Ninja Turtle, I had encounters with a lot of people. I had an encounter with Keanu Reeves, the famous actor George C. Scott, Barbara Walters, and certainly with many others, and Jim Henson.
Sure.
Wow.
And my interaction with Jim Henson was very brief. I was, at that particular time, I can't remember if I was the foot soldier or Raphael at the time he walked onto the set, but he came to our rehearsal space, walked in, and somebody said, "Hey man, there's Jim Henson." And I looked up, and I've experienced this a couple of times in my life with a few different people. The charisma and natural energy or chi that they exude, you can sense and feel. And he brought that with him, with his long hair and his beard. He looked like this combination of like Bob Ross from PBS and some emperor.
Yeah, if you watch this remix, Bob Ross, rest in peace. Anyway, continue on.
God. And he came in and when he talked to you, he was just, you could feel the gentleness of his spirit. And we said hello, we talked, he asked me about what I was doing, and we just talked very briefly and chatted for a few moments, and then he went about his business for the rest of the day. And unfortunately, it was a few months later that he passed away. So for me, that moment of hearing that voice that sounds so much like Kermit the Frog, and to talk to this guy who brought so much joy to the world, but selfishly to me through Sesame Street and the Muppet Show and the Dark Crystal and Labyrinth and everything that he had done, it was just like, it was meeting a legend,
Oh, that is so cool. What was your favorite, we'll say scene to do in the movie? What was your favorite thing you did in that movie?
Man, I'll keep my answer brief.
And this is the first or the second? I know. There's a lot of.
Here's the true answer.
Yeah.
Everything I did was my favorite, and this is not. I'm not trying to, avoid the question, but doing the nunchucks as a foot soldier was incredible because it was that moment in my life that's the highest the roller coaster had ever gone. Yeah. And then after I did that, I became the stunt Raphael, and it went up even further. And I was like, oh yeah! And then the second movie came around, and I became the actor that was Raphael, and I was like, oh my gosh!
Right.
So basically being Raphael and fighting in the subway in the first movie, because that's the first time you ever see a Ninja Turtle fight bad guys and beat them up in a movie in history, and it's me.
Wow.
So I'll kind of pick that one as my top one.
That's awesome. And I'm going to finish with, why did you write that book?
Two quick reasons. One is I wrote the book because I've been going to Comic-Cons for years. Okay. And I've been telling fans a lot of these stories, and they don't know them, or they just love. You just see it in their faces. I'm sure when we go around and talk about Barn, people are into it. They want to know. So this was a chance to share those stories. But about 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, my dad was diagnosed with terminal cancer.
Oh wow!
I felt worried for your dad. Continue on.
And one of the things that he did in his life, or at the end of his life, was he started to write down bullet points of everything he could remember in his life from the time he was a little kid until his impending death. And he was sharing that list with me, and we would talk about it, and he kind of challenged me to do the same thing. He said, hey, why don't you write down some of your memories, and we'll talk about them and share them and experience our lives together. Right. And so I did that. I started writing bullet points of things that I remembered, and he had things he remembered, and we shared and we talked and all that. And I just kind of looked at that list and I was like, wow, you know, if I just take that list all the way up through Ninja Turtles and share it with everything I've done in the Comic-Cons, I basically have a book like I've seen so many other actors and people write. And I thought, well, maybe somebody could enjoy this. And maybe it'll be, you know, with 25 million Ninja Turtle fans out in the world on Facebook alone,
Crazy.
I thought, well, maybe I can get this out there.
And then you've done book signings and events around this book?
Yeah, as of the time we're recording this podcast, the book has only been out for 30 days.
Oh, okay.
So it literally just came out.
Wow.
It's available on Amazon right now, so it's available in ebook format.
Go check it out. Check it out.
It's available in ebook. Here it's Teenage Ninja to Mutant Turtle.
Teenage Ninja to Mutant Turtle. I got it.
Becoming
I
the
got
Real
it right.
Raphael.
Yeah.
And it's available in ebook and super cool paperback format. It's available on Amazon right now. It's an Amazon bestseller.
Wow.
It's 51 at this time. There's 51 5-star reviews. No other reviews at all right now. And people can go grab it. And I'd love for people to check it out and then either touch base with you or me on social media and let us know what you thought of the book and all that kind of stuff. So it's available there. And for me, it's just been I've done. The launch party we did in Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, wow.
I just did the first signing at the Dallas Comic Show just this past weekend.
Very cool.
I'm headed to Lubbock in about a month, and then we're just now reaching out to the rest of the world to try and figure out where we can do more signings at Comic-Cons. Because 2020 is the 30th anniversary of the first movie.
Oh, wow.
Wow, if you watch this remix, it's for you. Continue on.
I timed the release of the book, so it'll be the 30th anniversary. And so hopefully next year we'll get to spread the word around and share it with a lot more people.
Wow. I had no idea it was that long ago. Such a pleasure. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Carrie, I appreciate you having me here too. I'd love to spend more time. Maybe we'll do this again.
We absolutely should.
We'll swap some more stories.
Yeah, we've got lots of stories, and thanks for bringing them back. I'm telling you, there was a lot of you brought back so much in me reading that book.
Well, I appreciate it. And like I said, I know you've got so many various guests you're going to be talking to in this new show, and it's really super exciting. I'm glad to be one of the first guests, and I appreciate being out here. But anytime you want to talk further, and we'll share some stories and tell some people about what it was like being in the suits, that'll be a good time.
Well, we will do it, and thank you very much for watching Purple Roads. I'm Kerry Stinson. We'll check us out real soon.
Cowabunga!
Cowabunga indeed. So that was Purple Roads episode 2, Ken Scott. What do I think about this episode? It's amazing. So far this episode went to be a success. Anyways, let's continue on with episode 3 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm Kerry Stinson, and my journey through life has been quite an adventure. For over 20 years, I played Barney the Dinosaur on tour, and 7 seasons of the hugely popular TV show, Barney and Friends.
Wow.
Now my journey is to bring together friends and guests from all over the entertainment world for inspiring and at times amusing behind-the-scenes conversation. I'm Kerry Stinson, and this is Purple Roads.
Wow.
Hey, I'm Kerry Stinson, and welcome to another episode of Purple Roads. I am so glad you're here. It's so exciting to be telling these stories and having these conversations, and I'm so glad that you're part of it. As we're recording this show, yesterday we lost Carol Spinney, the actor-performer who played Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch on Sesame Street. He was an amazing man. I was a big fan of Sesame Street. I grew up watching it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the show as well. And I saw on PBS NewsHour the same way. If you watch this, Carrie, continue on.
And loved Big Bird. And I was so excited the day that I found out, not only was I going to get to meet him, but work with him.
Wow.
He was such a gracious man. He was very generous with his time. We did a promotional interviews for the Sprout Network.
Wow.
And we were doing interviews, probably about 15 that day. And there was a lot of people in the studio, producers, and Carol always made sure that I was okay that day. Everyone wanted to ask questions and talk to him. They kind of forgot about me a little bit, understandably, but Carol didn't. And I was so honored to work with him. And as we did the interviews, he'd always tell me what he was going to do, and you could tell he was thinking, and he was so creative. It was just absolutely an incredible experience. He inspired me, and his passion for what he was doing and his love of what he was doing was just overwhelming. So I just am so thankful, and rest in peace, Carol.
In loving memory of Carol Spain, 1943. Oh my God, this is sad.
You know, there's a lot of stories about how Barney got started, how Barney became so famous, and it's this great story out of Connecticut.
Wow.
This little girl that rented a video, and her dad just happened to be the programming director with PBS in Connecticut, and they are here today to tell this story of how Barney and friends and the world found out about him.
Wow, Day at the Beach. Okay.
So excited to have Larry Rifkin and Leora Rifkin to tell how Barney became such a huge TV show. How are you, Larry?
I'm great. How are you, Carrie? Congratulations on the new podcast.
Thank you so much. It is so good to see you. It's been a while, but it's so good to see you. And welcome, Leora.
Well, I'm a lot older than I was then. I think I was about 40 at the time that all this magic occurred. So you can do the math and figure out where I am today.
And welcome, Leora. I don't know that we ever actually met, but I've heard so much about you over the years.
Thank you for having us.
It's such an incredible story. And I know I was saying, earlier, Larry, it's kind of like a folklore of how this all happened. So I'm going to kind of let you go here a little bit and talk about how you found Barney and Friends. Or what even Barney and Friends.
Well, there's got to be a backstory and a founding story for every hero, and Barney certainly became a hero in our lives and then in the lives of millions and millions of American children. And I've got to say that it was the most innocent find, and there was nothing determinate about it. It was all serendipity. And Leora was not a big videophile. She wasn't someone who always had to be entertained by video. But this Super Bowl Sunday in 1991, she had an interest, and we went up to the video store.
Wow, really? Super Bowl 91? Well, the same month as I'm Going Slightly Mad by Queen. That's just me. Let's continue on.
Just up the block from where I am right now. And lo and behold, she picked out this video of Barney and the Backyard Gang with Sandy Duncan, and it looked innocent enough. And we went home, and then she would play it over and over and over again, which would become emblematic of the way kids treated Barney as a friend and someone they wanted to have in their lives. So it became so immersive, I just didn't understand it given her history. So I had to sit down and take a look. And I saw some elements in the production. And you could tell the production was early on, let's put it that way. But I could tell that there were certain things that really drove it in a different way than anything else that was on PBS. And what I think we all have to understand at that time was that PBS had these wonderful pillars in Fred Rogers and Sesame Street. And by the way, you did a wonderful tribute to Carol Spinney. And wow. I met him as well. What a wonderful man from Connecticut, Woodstock, Connecticut. So a lot of goodness up here in Connecticut. In fact, Cheryl Leach lives here in Connecticut now. So we're so blessed to have her as a neighbor. But at that point, I recognized that there were some elements. And those elements were that Barney was really leading the action, that you had this wonderful character, you had children and music and color, and it just added a certain dimension. And PBS was looking to add to their children's offerings. So they had put out a call with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting saying, we are going to fund some new productions in addition to what we have now. And lo and behold, We went into that competition and we came out with $2.25 million. And away we went. Now, I'd love to make it sound very, very simple. But there were many twists and turns along that road. But maybe Leora could tell us what she saw in it from the get-go for us.
I actually don't remember what it was that really made me love it so much. I mean, I guess similarly now I wouldn't watch the Super Bowl, so I still have that in common with like Courtney. But I do like when I watched that clip, I did a little bit of watching that video when I was so young. So it's interesting to hear my dad talk about the fact that like I didn't watch a lot of TV as a kid, and that's not true as an adult. But yeah, I don't know what it was exactly. I think it really speaks more so to my dad, who was able to see magic, and he could have just brushed it off or been like, oh, she really liked that video. But I do feel like it speaks to his ability to find talent and to see what can be popular. I mean, he did that with UConn women's basketball and with other endeavors. So I give a lot of credit to him because, it's crazy to think that something that I just randomly picked out and I randomly liked has such a huge influence on so many people, in the U.S., but also internationally.
Wow.
Yeah, it really is incredible. I actually started in 1991 as well, doing birthday parties for Barney in Plano, Texas, basically. It was just those first 3 videos that you got to see, and there was no TV show. I had no idea what it was when I became part of it, and I'd never been in a costume. I'd never been part of any of this, and I immediately saw how much the kids loved it and the songs. I mean, they just wanted to hear the songs again and again, and they knew all the motions and the movement. It was amazing.
Wow.
Now, at that time, Larry, what shows were on PBS? What kids shows were on PBS?
Well, again, Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers,
Right.
We had the Electric Company. We had different offerings for the older kids, but not a lot at the younger. And we realized with Barney that there was a real vacuum there aside from Mr. Rogers, because Sesame Street really played a little bit older, whereas Barney played younger. Now, later on, PBS would go to things like the Teletubbies that played even younger.
My childhood, man! Yes! Continue on.
And you have to understand, Carrie, there were controversies that reigned throughout. There was a controversy as to whether we really wanted children at the age of 2 to really be watching television. Was that the best way for them to be educated? But really, there was a space for us. There was a vacuum. And that was the fascinating thing about what Cheryl and Kathy did, Cheryl Leach and Kathy Parker, because as 2 people who had master's degrees in early childhood education, they knew that there was a place for Barney. They did this incredible effort to really test market what else was out there. They looked at everything, and at that time it was the VHS, not streaming, that everybody used as the barometer. And so they went and they looked at all these shows and they said, here is what is missing from an educational standpoint. And Carrie, I want to emphasize this because we really were all new to PBS as children's producers, even Connecticut Public Television. I'd love to talk about that a little bit because we weren't one of the known players within the public television system in the way that a WNET or WGBH from New York or Boston were. So we had to prove our own capabilities to manage a project of this enormity. But I think it's really important to recognize that if they didn't start with the right premise, not about selling toys or really making it a commercial success, that all came as a result of the fact that they had done all the right things to make it a great educational property. And that underpinning was critical to getting it on PBS and keeping it on. And trust me, Carrie, it wasn't easy. If we were canceled before we even got on the air.
And please talk about that because I don't think people understand the fact that after that first season, Barney was canceled.
Wow.
Well, let's put it in this context. We were one of 3 series that were going to be tried at that moment in time.
Okay.
One was Shining Time Station with Ringo, of course.
Yeah.
The other was Sherry Lewis, who had been such a phenomenon for people of my age. So we were up against 2 known quantities. We were the unknown quantity. In fact, I can never forget going out to the press tour in Los Angeles with Cheryl. And this was back in early 1992. I think it was in January. And everybody was making such a fuss over Sherry Lewis because many of the middle-aged TV critics had grown up with Sherry Lewis. So they were fawning all over her. And I understand that. She deserved it for her history. But we were an afterthought. Barney, what is this thing? And they didn't understand it, Carrie, as we see with many adults. They never got it. And we walked out of there saying, well, you know, we're on our own. We think we have the audience. We think we know what we're doing. But we certainly didn't know. It was certainly not an easy thing for us to get people to appreciate at that moment in time. So what happened was we had to really gear up. To do 30 episodes, which we were funded to do, was a huge Herculean task. And we brought cameras down to Dallas from Connecticut. We had to really make certain that we conform with PBS standards. And I guess in many ways I would have been considered the PBS rabbi for the production, because I had to be the interface between PBS and, of course, Cheryl, Kathy, and Dennis DeShazer, the trio that really made it come to life. So I had to make certain that I was interpreting the needs of all involved in this. And it was complex because they were new to the system. We were new to children's programming because Connecticut Public Television, I've got to tell you, the reason that Barney was so attractive to us, we had a study done that was funded by one of our corporations in Connecticut, United Technologies. And they did it through the McKinsey group, which is a very famous consulting firm. And McKinsey said, look, Connecticut, you're right between Boston and New York.
Wow.
But you're not well known. You don't have a lot of money. You can't make a big mistake because a lot of PBS programming that comes from the local stations, and I can explain that too because we are not a network, so everything has to be generated either by independent producers or stations. And they said, don't make a big mistake. Find things that are already in some stage of development and bring them to completion by virtue of you adding some value to it. So this was a perfect property that a lot of the sunk costs already came from Cheryl's father-in-law and others involved in the production. And so we came along, discovered it, and made the alterations to it and brought it. Well, one of the alterations, we couldn't call it Barney and the Backyard Gang because gang did not have then nor today the best connotation. So there were a lot of changes made, but we were the last ones to go on the air in this test of these 3 properties because we needed a lot of development and a lot of work to go into it. And I got a call right before we went on the air in April telling us that they were not going to refund us. And I was incredulous. I couldn't believe they wouldn't fund us. First of all, we hadn't gotten on the air, Carrie, so how could they make that determination? So what happened subsequently, I'll tell you, was an incredible campaign to keep Barney on the air, and I'd love to discuss that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about Leora, I want to talk about, did you realize what you had caused, what you had started? Did you realize what you'd done?
Not really. I mean, I guess until I got older, I did not like my parents stating my, participation in helping to bring Barney to TV, just because, as you get older, there's also people who don't like Barney. And so, and eventually, found his positivity and messages annoying. And so, like, when I started to get to high school, I was like, do not tell anybody about this. And I remember, like, there have been plenty of times when, especially in college, I was like, do not tell anybody. I mean, eventually got to a point, too, where I figured if people thought, if people knew, they'd think I was, like, secretly rich and, like, we had all this money from royalties, which, we don't get royalties as PBS. And so just for so many reasons, I was like, don't say anything. And it hasn't been until recently that I've been more comfortable with telling people about it and kind of doing like a fun fact about me. But yeah, I remember when they told my boyfriend, or I don't know if they told him or I told him, and he was like, I was like, I have to tell you something. It's kind of embarrassing. And he was like, what? That's so cool. Like, I remember watching Barney. I loved Barney. I loved when they would play it in school. He grew up in Miami. And so it was really cool to kind of have people now have more positive responses. I do think that still people, people either love it or don't love it. I mean, it's a name that everybody knows. And I think it's really cool that Daniel Kaluuya is doing a movie about it and hopefully bringing back the message that Barney had around like love and positivity and friendship. But definitely as a kid, I mean, I never really was like, I remember going to, Dad, where was the place where I ran off stage?
Well, I'm sorry?
Where was the place where Barney came and I like ran off stage?
Oh, at Radio City Music Hall.
No.
At Oakdale in Connecticut.
Yeah, Oakdale.
That's what I think. That's what he meant, Larry. I did Oakdale.
Yeah, so I remember being there, and obviously there was a lot of people, but I never was like, oh, this is because of me, or like I never kind of put that together. But I was actually really scared of Barney. So I was really scared of Barney in costume. I actually still don't love people in costume.
Right.
So I remember I was on stage and I ran off, and I forget which of the actors had to carry me off. I think my brother went off with me. So I mean, we have some memories like that. My brother still makes fun of me running off stage. But and there was one point where I was almost on Barney. We went to Dallas, and I think I had expressed interest in acting. I don't really remember the story fully. I just remember I was interested, but that never really obviously came to fruition. Although I guess I would have been with Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez. So I think there was a lot of really, interesting people that have been associated with Barney. My dad being the most interesting person.
Of course.
But it's pretty cool to see again, that it's coming back, and I'm interested to see how in this day and age where there's just so much going on politically and socially in our country, what the response is ultimately to the message.
I think what's amazing about that, I've seen it since we started this podcast and been out getting the message out, and I think people at first, had a hard time understanding that we believe that message. Mm-hmm. It's not for TV. It's not for anything other than we believe it and we live it. And I've seen the most incredible things. I know you have, Larry, with the reaction to that amazing dinosaur. The kids' responses. I've done so many hospital appearances and Make-A-Wishes and all those shows, and the response has just been incredible. And it has shown me and taught me the universal love and all of those wonderful messages. And it's also interesting, Leora, that I found that as well, that my sisters didn't want anyone to know that their brother was Barney when they were in school, because they're about your age. They didn't want anything. But then as they got older, it was cool all of a sudden. Wow. And I think, the fact that Barney did not try to entertain or educate adults, it was all about the children, education and entertainment.
Wow.
And I have seen it so much with this podcast that people go, oh, now I get it. Okay, all right, I hated you, or I didn't like you very much, but now I get it. I understand I understand them, and I love that, especially these days. So it really is incredible. So Larry, it gets canceled. How do you get it back on the air?
Wow, that was a story, I've got to tell you. It's as close as I've ever come to running a successful political campaign, because it really was. You have to understand the public television system to really appreciate this. But let me go back and just say that there was a moment in time right before cable really took hold where everything on PBS was voted upon by the stations. And so it was a very egalitarian democratic process that basically ensured that everything that was on would stay on and anything new would never get on. So we did try to bring one children's series to television, and it never worked because, again, you had to get the requisite number of votes, and virtually nothing new ever got funded. But then they went to a chief program executive model, more like a network. But having said that, they didn't really have all the power, because you have to understand that when PBS came about after National Educational Television,
wow,
the way that it was allowed to flourish as a more powerful entity in Washington was by ensuring that PBS did not produce programs. They could fund programs, they could disrupt programs, they could promote programs. So they did have a lot to say, but everything had to come either from a station or an independent producer. So that was because WNET and WGBH had already established major production facilities in New York and Boston, and they didn't want this entity to be able to produce everything. Therefore, all of the infrastructure that they have would have perhaps gone to seed. So we, as one of those stations, but again, a station that was not known for children's programming. And you have to understand that the Lions Group was not Children's Television Workshop. So
exactly.
Fred Rogers Group, who were well known to the PBS system. Don't forget, Fred Rogers started out in the 1950s at WQED in Pittsburgh, and then Children's Television Workshop, I just read their backstory, started really in 1969. So we came along in 1992. Who are these people? Who are these people from Connecticut? Who are these people from Texas? And the fact that we also took on a really powerful commercial tinge because kids wanted to be immersed in the program and they wanted to have Barney in their arms. We really proved something, and if we want to get into all of the impacts of Barney, including Nickelodeon Jr. and the fact that the preschool market now is greatly served because it does serve a commercial.
Yeah, he mentioned Nick Jr., but anyway.
Purpose, we could certainly talk about that. So let me go back to the point where we were told you're not going to be renewed. Now, we have to understand, and this happens in television an awful lot, the person who was the decision maker at PBS had left in the interim, and it took us almost a full year to ramp up to get on the air. So by the time we came, we were orphans because those at PBS who supported us, they had left. So the new people didn't feel as kindly and perhaps didn't even know who we really were in relation to the people who were doing Shining Time Station and Sherry Lewis. So they said, that's it. We're not going to fund anymore. We gave you a wonderful package of 30, and those will live for a period of time. Right. Nobody knew how long. And I started feeling, of course, the quake in our market very early on. So what did I do? I went to other programmers and I asked them, what are you feeling in Baltimore? What are you feeling in Atlanta? What's going on in San Francisco? And they were startled at the reaction they were getting. And so Barney might have been on once a day. They put it on twice a day. And this was from April to June. Now, one of the seminal things we did, and I was never against experimentation, let's put it that way. So we brought Barney into Connecticut. And that was a bit controversial when we were going to pledge Barney in June, right before the PBS annual meeting. But I thought it was really important. We raised $50,000 that morning in Connecticut, which is phenomenal, particularly back in those days in 1992. Be even more phenomenal, I think, today. Right. And then we brought Barney to the Hartford Civic Center. Now, this was a prelude to Barney making all kinds of mall visits, and you were a part of many of those, I'm sure, Carrie, where basically it was something akin to Beatlemania, because we had 5 levels at the Hartford Civic Center. I walked in and I was overwhelmed. I was stunned by the reaction, and we were videotaping everything, and we sent it to major market programmers to let them know what it was we were experiencing, and they were feeling the same ground shaking underneath them. And so it really was, as we went into the PBS annual meeting at the end of June in 1992, this was the talk of the meeting. Everybody was wondering whether PBS was going to turn back on its decision. And I worked really hard at that meeting. And at the end, the new chief program executive, Jennifer Lawson, said, I will begin negotiations with Connecticut for another round of funding for Barney when we get back. So
Wow.
we had won the day. I've got to say this. It was probably Cheryl Leach's calm that kept me in the game, because she, even after that was said, had such great confidence in Barney, knowing that the audience would prevail and that what they had studied, what they had learned about this property would win the day. And ultimately, as she often was, she was right.
Oh, absolutely. It's really incredible. What was it like dealing with Texas? Did that scare you? What was your thoughts, this small production down in Allen, Texas?
Well, I love going down. I love being part of the team. I loved the fact that I was embraced by the people in Texas for believing in them. And I did. And they had such talented people like yourself and Bob West and David Joyner and Marianne Ducko and on and on. I don't want to name all of them because I'll forget somebody, but just a wonderful group. Loved them all. And but I, again, it was like writing. It wasn't like writing a calm, beautiful dinosaur. It was like a bucking bronco.
Right.
Wow.
There was something about this production that was so early on, so nascent, something that had to be developed and could really go right or could really go wrong. There were these issues that got into business issues about the marketing and such. And you can imagine that we, being the public television partner, were trying to make certain that licensing arrangements and such were kept well within the boundaries of public television. So we were looking at a lot of aspects, the creative, the production values, which had to be enhanced, and they were, of course. And then, of course,
enhanced a lot.
Oh, absolutely. And, the softer edges. I mean, we did a lot. If you go back, and I encourage people to go back and look at the early Barney and the Backyard Gang, you played just a couple of seconds of it, but the transformation was wonderful, remarkable, and certainly a key selling point.
So, when did you, Leor, did you realize, I mean, when this was going on, did you have any clue? I mean, what age did you realize what your dad had done?
I mean, it's probably like similarly when kids grow up with a famous parent, like they don't think it's that big of a deal. I would say that's probably accurate. Like even now, I'm like, yeah, it's Barney. Like, I don't know, I don't have the same response, I guess, when I kind of think of it as like, oh wow, like everybody knows Barney the way they know Mr. Rogers, the way they know Sesame Street, and kind of putting it into context of like the larger, impact that it's had on children's programming. That's when I'm like, oh, this kind of was a big deal. But just growing up, it wasn't a big deal. Like it didn't, I mean, I don't know if my dad has different memories where I was like really, besides being enthralled with Barney, like the process of Barney coming alive for other people, I don't really have any memories of that. I think it was just like, this is what my dad does. He's on TV asking for money, and he's working on other shows. Like it never was, I guess I just never realized what a big impact it has until kind of now, a little bit older, and being, reflect on the impact and just again, like putting it in. I think it was really interesting to hear and talk about, which I never thought about, like moral or ethical issues of like creating TV for kids, and thinking about like Sesame Street, how many kids want to see or they learn about other people through TV as a medium, and understanding Barney also had that impact he kind of bring for me. But it's definitely nothing that I think about regularly. Really, it's not like we lived in like a house, but there's attention towards the regular people, and my dad was doing these cool, having an impact even to this day.
I'll be right back. I have to go to this bathroom break again. I'm gonna get a pause. sorry about that, everyone. I just got back from taking a dump, and I do not know what's going on. I just feel like I'm having a huge dump issues, and I finally took a pill. So let's get back to doing LJPCBM. Excuse me. Episode 402, the final episode for the decade. Continue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, because, and I saw it firsthand, it's more than the impact it made on TV. I mean, it's changed people's lives. I've had so many people send me messages about Barney's the first time I heard love, and I understood love, and I was accepted. Mm-hmm. And I listen to the I Love You song to this day to make me feel better, to make me feel loved, because I came from a family that was divorced, or all these different things. I mean,
wow.
It wasn't just an impact on TV, but I mean, it's changed people's lives, what that Purple Dinosaur did, giving kids confidence and love and acceptance. And, you know, this is all over the world. All over the world knows Barney. You mentioned Barney. Everyone knows what that Purple Dinosaur is. So it's...
And by the
I
way,
wonder if you even realized how much effect he had with this.
By the way, Carrie, it's interesting that Leora got her master's degree at the University of Pennsylvania in positive psychology, the only master's program of that sort. So her interest and her love of Barney at the beginning and all that positive. And I'll tell you, I don't see how anybody today, given the rancor and the negativity in our society, can't say, let's rally again around Barney. Let's rally again around Fred Rogers. And if there was anyone in the public television system, I think, who truly understood Barney, it was Fred Rogers. And I want to make this point, that at Yale, there were two wonderful researchers at their Children's Television Center. And they were Dorothy and Jerome Singer. And I got to know them quite well. And they did some research for us. Now, I will say that we ultimately did fund the research, but it was independently derived at Yale. And they loved Fred Rogers. They weren't always the biggest proponents of Sesame Street, because for them, it was too fast-paced. It was too much in chunks, whereas Barney and Fred were much more really akin one to the other. I would say that Barney really is Fred in many ways in the Purple Dinosaur suit. And I think Fred recognized the value of Barney. And if I could, I hold this and I cherish it. It's a letter from Fred Rogers, and this being the year of Fred and our remembrance and our appreciation. Could I read this to you?
Please.
We were on a panel together at Yale, and I believe it was the Singers who made certain that Barney and Fred Rogers were both represented on this panel. And the letter is dated April 7th, 1993.
Wow.
Dear Larry, and this is all handwritten by Fred, that's his nature. Just as I was about to write to thank you for being with us last week at Yale, your gracious letter arrived. Thank you for it and for helping with the Battelle Chapel presentation. I would so much like to see and hear the tape which Barney made for the occasion. That was such a thoughtful gesture on all of your parts. We did a tape for Fred with Barney as the lead. I wish everybody could have seen and heard it well. I was singularly impressed by what you said. It's the motive that counts. You're so right. And thank you for your generous contribution that evening. May you and Connecticut Public Broadcasting prosper and offer your best to your cities for many years to come. Gratefully, Fred. There it is. I cherish this.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I mentioned to you that I had the opportunity to work with Mr. McFeely.
Wow.
I watched Fred Rogers growing up as a kid, and I met him, and he went into this other room, came out 5 minutes later, all dressed up, said speedy delivery, and I just about fell over. And you saw the passion, how much they loved what they did, and how much, unfortunately I never got to meet Fred Rogers, but I've seen the documentary, and his passion for what he's doing. I understand it so much through my experience, and the impact you have on children, and let's be very honest, they have on us. I mean, the impact that the children have had on me have changed my life, and so it's such a gift, and it's such an amazing experience.
Wow.
Well, Kara, I've got to tell you that my wife came to one of the PBS meetings, and Fred didn't come often, but when he did, it was quite an occasion. And when he did, the room got still, and there was a hushed silence, and you could hear a pin drop whenever Fred Rogers spoke. And my wife, after we had the opportunity to meet him, and she, along with many others, men and women, couldn't say a word to Fred Rogers. They were crying just to meet him. They were so overwhelmed with emotion as to his authenticity and his passion and compassion for children. And it really resonates in a way that is so profound. And Barney has that impact. I mean, maybe not for all adults, but the children and their immersive relationship with Barney, they didn't just watch Barney, they were a part of the show. And that was the beauty of the show as well, because it encouraged them to participate, and it encouraged them to show their feelings, and it encouraged them to seek love, because they were being given love by Barney every moment of every element of the show. And by the way, speaking of moments on the show, one of the things that was so important that Yale and that study did for us, it certified that there were 100 learning moments in every Barney episode. So for those who thought that it was saccharine, for those who felt that it was empty calories in terms of programming, they were so wrong. And believe me, had it been that, had it been more on the basis of, say, Care Bears, it would not have lasted for the many, many years that it did on public television. And I hope that it gets the revival that it deserves in these times.
Well, I traveled the world with Barney for 10 years doing live performances before I did Barney, and did 7 seasons of Barney and Friends.
Wow.
And it's the most incredible experience I've ever seen, because you would see some of these parents beforehand. Of course, no one knew who I was, and I could be out in the crowd. And you could see these parents like, why are we, I'm here for my child, but I don't really understand why I'm here. And as the show would start, and the songs, and they started seeing how their kids knew every song and every movement, you could see the parents warming up. And by at the end, when we would sing the I Love You song, and their child would hug each parent and give them a kiss, the parents got, oh my, wow, this is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I would get overwhelmed, because of course I know what's coming, and you hear the beginning of I Love You, and it's just such an amazing experience. So
that was not only the ender, if you will, of the show at the outset. I think it was at the beginning, certain of the shows. And don't forget that Barney started with a thought that Cheryl had on a highway, a freeway, and you've got many of them in the Dallas area. And it was going to be at the beginning, as opposed to the wonderful purple dinosaur that it became. So there was an evolution in this, and I think the production values continue to get better and better. The storylines, the music, there was a level of sophistication that could be missed, but it had to be well understood by the children, because children have intelligence about what it is that really breaks through whatever barriers have been put up or restraints, and they see the genuine beauty of a production like this.
Well, the amazing thing was, when I started with it, I very quickly realized every single person involved with that TV show believed in it and loved it. The dressers, the wardrobe, lights. I toured on the TV on the road show. We were with rock and roll roadies that had done U2 and Rolling Stones, and every one of them got it.
Wow.
Not at first. They were like, what in the world are we doing here? And then they saw all that and they got it. And so, you go to work, it doesn't even feel like work. It was never really work. But you're with all of these people that believe in it, believe and are passionate about it, defend it. And I think, you know, Cheryl and Dennis and Kathy really created that environment that you came in and they believed it. They believed that purple dinosaur was real.
Well, they made, and the role that David Joyner played. I mean, was war. I mean, I can recall when we brought Barney to Oakdale before the series had really unveiled on PBS, that wearing this costume that at that time was not ventilated terribly well, having to put those ice packs in. I mean, I don't know how many pounds you lost all the time. I don't know how you've stayed so svelte over the years without wearing that. You must have lost 5 pounds. I don't know. In the course of a production. And that was not easy. I mean, that is a form of acting that has to be appreciated.
Wow. When I went on the first year on the tour, I lost 30-something pounds very quickly. And they called my mom to prepare her when I came home for Christmas because I dropped a lot of weight and had to learn how to keep that going. I think David would tell you, I will tell you, and some of the others that played Barney, for me it was so easy because of those kids. The suit was light. I mean, obviously it was heavy and it wasn't ventilated great, but I've never seen anything like it. I mean, you would hit that stage and the screams and the pure passion and love, there was their friend. And I've just never seen anything like it. I've never felt anything like it.
Mm-hmm. What was your experience like within the costume? I mean, what could you see and feel? I mean, you can obviously hear the din, but what was you able to really experience?
Yeah, I always tell people I have spidey senses. I developed over the years because I realized I had to use my vision, smell, hear, all of those senses because you couldn't really see well. You couldn't do all those things. And so you really had to pay attention. You know, you couldn't have someone walk you into a room because Barney was real. So you really had to keep it. They don't want to see Carrie; they want to see Barney. So you had to keep him real all the time, and really pay attention. But the reactions were just absolutely incredible. I always tell this story about being in a hospital, and this I was out in the hallway. And I met the family a little bit, and then I went about my way, and then and this was in Las Vegas. I went to the hospital room, and there was this family, and it was mom, dad, brother, sister, and then the one that was ill was a little girl, little baby.
Wow.
And so I did my thing, and Barney was never sad, so you'd go in the room, and you know, not too big, but you'd wiggle the tail, and I hugged the kids and all of that. And then I saw the little girl and just kind of gave her a little touch. And I left the room and was going to some other hospital rooms. And I would always do this little wiggle when I went in the elevator. And I saw the family again. And I saw the brother, the baby brother. And he grabbed onto me and he said, "Barney, take care of my little sister." He believed Barney was real and could do that, and something that's never left me. The power of love and the power of this, and so that's, Leora, is important for you to understand what you did and all of that reaction, because it really is so much. It turned out so much bigger than a TV show, and that's what I love about this. Is that it was Connecticut and Texas that did this, you know, and it kind of went away from those. I don't know if it would have worked in Hollywood or New York, to be very honest with you, because it wasn't the slickest production. It wasn't all of these things. And if you said you were going to have a song about I Love You and all of, you know, You Are, you know, Stupendous and all of those things, I don't know if it would have, I really don't. I don't know if it would have worked. I really think because of where it all was done and the fact that we just believed in it so much that you obviously weren't going to take no for an answer.
Well, I think that was one of the really important things, and I'll let Leora comment further, that a lot of people, might have looked at it and really underestimated what was going on here because of where it came from, the entities, all of us being unknown. Did we have the sophistication to compete with a Sesame Street, which is New York based? Fred Rogers had that simplicity too, coming out of Pittsburgh. And that's one of the beauties of the public television system. And it's one of the hardest things to manage, but it's one of the reasons that we have such diverse and wonderful programming is because it comes from all over the country, and it can come from places that are unknown. And you can do things in a place like Connecticut that you're not going to be doing necessarily in New York, or something out of Dallas. I don't know that the station in Dallas, I've got to be honest, and I love the people in Dallas, among others, were thrilled that we poached and came into the market. But what happened was, the day after Leora had this wonderful romance with Barney on Super Bowl Sunday 1991, I just called Cheryl. And in her innocent way, because I saw her name on the box, she said, I said, have you ever thought about PBS? And she said, PBS? Tell me more. And that was it. And it was all coming from such a good place.
Man.
But I think Leora now, given her experience, she's very societally conscious, very aware of messaging, and is a great professional herself as it relates to understanding human nature. And I think now she probably appreciates more than ever what positivity means, having taken, again, the only course in America on positive psychology. Leora, you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I do think that I definitely have more appreciation than I had in the past for Barney and for the impact that it probably did have on my life. When you're a kid, you don't really realize it. And again, as you get older and moving into adolescence, I don't want to be associated with that. That's for little kids, or that's not cool. And now I would say as an adult, and I worked at Boston Children's Museum out of undergrad, and like my dad mentioned, I didn't really put it together until there was an article in the New York Times a couple of years ago at the 25th anniversary, I believe. And I don't know, what anniversary was that, Dad, of Barney being on air?
25th.
Yeah,
The
and so
25th.
the 25th, and so I never really realized that, I guess, until I was doing the interview for that article, and thinking I studied applied positive psychology, and Barney was this really positive, had a really positive message, and his message of love, and and not to get too positive psychology practitioner, but there's something called the VIA character strengths assessment. And one of my top character strengths is love, and and curiosity, and, thinking about, and love of learning actually as well. And so thinking about Barney, and thinking about some of the, I watched Sesame Street, I watched Lamb Chop, obviously I grew up on public television. So thinking about that, and thinking about what impact did that have in my future. It does, really does make you reflect, and also to think about what do so many people have against love, or have against positivity. And it kind of makes me think too about human nature and our psychology, and why is it so often that children's television does get a bad rap? Even Teletubbies, I was too old for Teletubbies, but if you think about it, I know a lot of people
Why? It's one of my favorite things from my childhood. Continue on.
like to, talk badly about Teletubbies. And it's why is it that when you look at children who are the most pure and genuine nature, you have to put down what lights them up inside? And it's just really interesting to look now at that, and kind of all the years I spent running from not wanting to be associated with Barney for different reasons, and now kind of being no, it's actually a great message, and what's wrong with that message of love? And it's so funny because I remember all of the songs, the cleanup song, I love to clean, but I love that song, the teddy bear song, Me and My Teddy. I still know the words to all of the songs, and so thinking about that, there is that power in in music, in story, and especially at such a formative age.
Yeah, well, I think it's the authenticity. I really think people thought we had another message to it, that they didn't understand. We really believed that, and that was really it. You know, I always laugh. People laugh about Texans because we're so friendly, and I'd go up to New York, and they go, "Well, what do you want?" Well, I don't want anything. I just want to say hello. And I think it's the same thing with Barney. He just really loves you. He really loves you, and that's it. And I think people are just have a hard time believing something like that.
Well, we have to think about our culture and why it is that there was such a differential between the way parents might have looked at the experience of their child loving and enjoying this incredible character and all that surrounded it and the aura of love. What was it that made us so jaded over the years? And I find it very interesting that this new Fred Rogers movie, which I still need to see, is all based on a journalist who went to visit with Fred to find out what the veneer really was and to kind of rip it open. And he wasn't able to do that and found perhaps some deficits in his own life that a genuine love and affection from someone like Fred Rogers, who previously was unknown to him, really could open up in him some new channels to penetrate some of the walls that we put up. So I really do think that that relationship, and I just want to underscore this with Fred and Barney, I think, again, they were really twins and
Wow.
both true treasures that public television brought to America.
Before we go, what are you doing now, Larry? Because you've got a podcast too, right?
Yeah, I've got a podcast too, a little bit different. Well, let's say I left public television back in 2009. I took an early
Really? I did not know that.
retirement. I had been at CPTV for just a little bit short of 30 years, and I loved it. But I thought it was time to go. I went back into my early love, which was radio. I was brought up a radio brat. My father was a radio station manager, and I did a talk program that was different than many of the talk programs. I love a diversity of topic, and I was very open to a whole range of ideas. And I realized back in 2017 that maybe my brand of talk was not going to be as well received as it had in the past. And I decided to go into podcasting. And I'm doing one now, a podcast, almost 300 episodes in, on social and political trends in the country.
Wow. I'll do reaction videos of those coming soon to LJPCBM. Those are coming to another time. Continue on, Larry.
Called AmericaTrendsPodcast.com, available wherever podcasts are found. And
Wow.
I'm thrilled to be doing it, have wonderful guests, and it keeps my mind just totally engaged. But I'm also teaching a course to older folks like me at the University of Connecticut based on the podcast. I'm doing Chris Radio, a reading service for the blind, and I helped to start a new public radio program in Connecticut last year. So I'm doing a range of things and enjoying every one of them. But again, when I go back and I look at this moment in time, and I look at the 1990s and what it was, you know, we brought UConn women's basketball to television, and we did that under the shadow of ESPN here in Connecticut. And I think that had a lot to do with women's basketball and sports taking another step up the ladder. So we've been very fortunate here in Connecticut to really shake up the children's and the sports world. And it was just a wonderful career. And I wouldn't trade a day of it for another dollar or whatever other experience someone could have offered. It was just for me a perfect fit.
Wow.
It's so I tell people that too, that the money aspect of this really doesn't even matter with it. I mean, what I was given, the gifts through all of this are bigger than anything. Because same thing, I didn't get royalties either, and don't care, because everything I got and continue to get through this podcast, reconnecting with these amazing Barney fans and the fans of children's television, it's just absolutely been incredible. I think we've heard a little bit, Leora, but so what all are you
equity.
doing? Yes. So Leora, what are you doing these days?
Well, my dad also forgot to mention that he is a prolific songwriter, and he's in a band, and he's working on his memoir. So he only gave you a tad bit of what he's doing.
You know, he said retired, and obviously he's not even close. He's busier than ever, is what it sounds like.
Yes, for sure. So, what am I doing? So, I do a couple different things. So, my background has been more so focused on nonprofits. So, currently, I'm a career coach and instructor for an IT and biomedical program in Cambridge. It's a workforce development program. I also coach clients on the side, and I have my own kind of consulting business where I facilitate workshops for organizations around employee engagement. So really using my background in applied positive psychology and thinking about how do you increase well-being, how do you increase connection, which ultimately leads to, more meaning in people's lives and more productivity for employers.
It sounds like she's very busy. It sounds like both of you very busy.
And Carrie, we're available for cameos in the new Barney movie.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what they do with it. Very, very interested. Obviously, Laura, I got to say thank you because you're a big part of why I had the career I had, and both of you. It's such an incredible story. It really is amazing how this all happened. And it was Blockbuster Video. Is that correct? Where you got the video?
No, it was a small independent video store called Prospect Video Store. No longer exists.
Well, we still want to give them. We want to give them their love too. But I mentioned Blockbuster because a lot of people don't know the story, which is that they were denied. They tried to get into all the Blockbusters and they were denied, and so they went store to store, and actually got around the country, kind of going around the system.
Absolutely. Look, that's the thing. They were never deterred. And it was that commitment, that belief that you could sense that they were not going to be denied. And that's why when Cheryl said to me, "Don't worry, Larry, this will all work out." And I knew she was right. She just had such an inherent understanding of what it was that they had all built. And we really need to give kudos to Cheryl Leach, Kathy Parker, Dennis DeShazer, and of course to Dick Leach for seeing it and to agreeing to stay with it during the early times when they were so creative about getting their property, their love, and this character out to the world. And it just took some luck and serendipity for us to come along and be fortunate enough to be part of it. And we're so grateful.
Well, we are so grateful to you. Thank you both so much for being on this show. I'm so glad to have you here. It's so good to see you again, Larry. And good luck with the podcast.
Yours too.
And obviously, along with Barney.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. We'll have to have you on again and tell some more Barney stories. But thank you so much. It was great having you, and I look forward to our next episode of Purple Roads.
Wow. So that was Purple Roads with Carrie Sisson, episode 3. Larry and Warrior Rifkin. What do I think about this? This is amazing. So far, this video is a success, and this episode is a success. I'm going to do one more, and we're going to end off the decade of LJPCBM React right here. Begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm Carrie Stinson, and my journey through life has been quite an adventure. For over 20 years, I played Barney the Dinosaur on tour and 7 seasons of the hugely popular TV show Barney and Friends.
Wow.
Now my journey is to bring together friends and guests from all over the entertainment world for inspiring and at times amusing behind-the-scenes conversation. I'm Carrie Stinson, and this is Purple Roads.
Wow.
Hello and welcome to another Purple Roads. I'm Carrie Stinson, and I am so glad you're here. It has been so exciting to have this show going on. This is our 4th episode, the last of the year, and we're so excited you're here. So much has been going on since this show launched. We want to thank all the fans that are watching this show, and we want to let you know that you can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Spotify, Apple, and lots of other ones. So we look forward to it, and just keep checking out the show.
Wow.
A lot been going on. First of all, I want to thank Quante, who is one of the fans that sent me a really great message, how he got inspired by Barney and started working for Chuck E. Cheese and then the circus. And I wish you luck. Keep going. And thanks for watching Purple Roads. I wanted to mention that one of the kids that I traveled with on the road, Courtney Cook, has a new song. And
oh my God! Bohemian Star Above. I never heard of it. If you're watching this, folks, you know you can see this before. So there you go. Continue on.
I wanted to give her a little bit of love for this. It's called Bethlehem Star Above, and you can check it out on CD Baby and Apple Music. And we'll put a link at the end of the show so that you can check out the song and give her some love.
Wow.
I also want to thank our sponsor, Infusion HF70, for being part of Purple Roads, and we are so excited to be with you. So this week, I told you on our first episode that we were not only going to have these amazing guests, but we were going to have these fun co-hosts, and I'm so excited about the co-host I have today. I traveled on the Purple Road with him for all these years, and he has gotten involved in a new world that I'm so excited to talk about today. So here he is, my friend, my brother, Josh Martin.
What's up?
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Welcome.
Wow.
Thanks for having me again.
Oh my goodness. I tell people on Purple Roads about being a true Texan and how much I love Texas.
Right.
But I'm also a fan of Louisiana because of this man right here.
Come on.
Yeah. Josh, we met on the road back in 1996. I can't believe it was that long ago.
Yeah, right. 23 years.
I know. We talk about Purple Roads. We actually were on the Purple Roads together.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us did special events for years, and then we were also on Barney's Big Surprise.
Yes. Great time.
It was incredible. I got a few questions, all right? As we start off today.
Let's do it.
All right. What was your favorite city?
I'm going to be partial to Vancouver.
Okay.
Vancouver was really beautiful. The scenery, had a great time there. Had my first date with my now wife, if you can believe that. So it's got a special place in my heart. Yeah.
It's funny. I was going to say, what's your favorite special? But I think moment. But I think we just found that too.
Yeah, that'd be probably number one, if not.
Wow, that's cool enough. Sorry, I have to breathe a little bit. So there you go. Anyway, continue on.
What was the hardest part about being on the road?
Besides the physical exertion, probably both the hardest and most rewarding part, as you may probably be able to relate to, is the hospital visits, the one-on-one meet and greets,
right,
with the kids that couldn't necessarily get to the shows or even get out of their rooms. So that was it was hard to do for a lot of rooms, but at the same time, it was rewarding. Definitely.
Yeah, it's kind of the special part too, right? The hardest, but also the most incredible. As we're recording this, I got to go see A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, the new movie with Mr. Rogers, and there's a part about Make-A-Wish, and my heart, as I was watching that, because we did so many of those, and what an incredible experience that was.
I'll get back to seeing this in the theater room as soon as I get done with this reacting to this, and then do 3 of them, and then we'll do the decade see this movie. Anyway, let's continue on.
It's amazing to be a part of. I had no idea, but yeah, it helped shape and mold me.
It's so funny in the movie. The producers and the director, it's tough for them because they need to record the show, and he's taking a long time walking away from it. I thought that's exactly what we did. I know people wanted us to go other places, but it's such an incredible moment. It's hard to walk away.
We gotta go. You'd be like, we're doing something,
right? Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So, What year did you leave?
The road I got done on right at the beginning of '99.
Okay.
I finished in the UK.
All right.
At the end of Barney's Big Surprise, and then after that, I continued to do special events, PR.
Mm-hmm.
I did the 20-year bus tour.
Right.
Went around to the Toys R Us's and other places, and some hospitals as well.
Yeah.
You know, kept it going till 09. I think actually my last appearance was with someone that we're gonna see later on, maybe today. A friend of mine invited to the shows out in Frisco.
Oh, okay.
You did the sing along,
Wow.
and I did the backstage meet and greets.
Yeah.
And our friend, Chris Rager, he brought his then, I forget how old she was at the time. I think she was maybe 3 or so. And
I don't need to know how old she is now. We don't need to discuss too much here. On
we've
this.
said too much already.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
That was the last time I wore it.
So how did you get into and what are you doing now?
These days I am continuing to audition for any role that they'll give me.
Right.
Pretty much. I have an agent, Linda McAllister Talent, and I am mostly on the road doing conventions, pop culture conventions,
right.
As well as anime conventions. I am the voice of Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z.
Wow.
And I've been doing that since...
If you're watching this remix, this is for you.
2000, pretty much right after I got off the road. I came back and hooked up with my friends from acting school that I was doing comedy troupes with before, and still did some shows in between legs of the tour. And, came back, did shows with them, and after that, a friend of theirs from the show that they were doing, Dragon Ball Z, came out to the show and saw me doing a character and thought that would be good for their upcoming character.
You know, you can't say Majin Buu and then not do the voice. You just made a lot of people really happy doing that.
I lost my headphones. I'm good like this.
Oh, okay. All right. All good. We'll just keep going. Just keep going. So, you're in the anime conventions. You're in Dragon Ball Z. Who'd you bring with us today?
Today, I brought one of my best friends, both off-screen and on-screen, Chris Rager. He's the voice of Hercule, a.k.a. Mr. Satan, amongst a few...
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. You're getting a preview. and Kara Edwards. She plays a character named Videl, amongst other characters, and her character is the daughter of Chris Rager's character, Mr. Satan. And in addition to them being great acting friends, they're great personal friends as well. So welcome.
Hi, it's so fun to be here. Any excuse to get to hang out with these guys. I have mad love for these boys right here. So, this is super fun.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of love in the room tonight.
Oh, there's so much love.
Such a huge fan of them, so it's a pleasure to meet you, Kara.
It's so great to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, and of course, Chris.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
You guys have known each other for a while.
Yeah,
we
known
have.
each other a long
Carrie and I
time.
have hung out many occasions.
Yes. So, I've been to one convention.
Okay.
And I
Which one was that?
Goodness, the
Anime North Texas.
You know that one with the people that were in those costumes, that those stands that
I was at Ant, and then also the esports arena.
Right, the Dragon Ball Z fighter.
Yes, the fighter.
So I did some photography for
video game
for that.
Okay.
I was blown away by the amount of people that show up, and how much passion and love they have for your characters.
Right.
They love their anime.
I'm telling you.
It's been surreal to have started this because I started in 99, I believe, 1999.
Okay.
And so to watch the fandom go from where if I was in a room full of people and they'd say, okay, what do you do? I'm a voice actor. Well, name something that you've done. And I always say, well, probably the most popular is Dragon Ball Z. For the majority of my career, people would go, never heard of it. But now, it doesn't matter what situation I'm in, because I'll even preface it. Like, I was at the doctor the other day. He's like, so name something I've heard of. And I'm like, probably nothing you've ever heard of. And he's like,
Wow.
trust me. I'm like, Dragon Ball Z. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, that's a big deal. It's a huge thing.
My kids love that shit.
My yoga instructor flipped out when she found out. She's like, are you serious? That's a big deal. So it's been fun to kind of watch the fandom go from, this kind of like group that they were, it's kind of like a cult following. Like,
Sure.
here's our group that we love our fans and they're so diehard. And now it's kind of like, there's a float in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. This
Wow.
is
Wow.
like I can go into a CVS and find one of my pops. Like, it's kind of bizarre. Yeah.
Explain for the part that don't know what a pop is. I know there's part of the audience that doesn't know what that is. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, look, there are these things out there. Let me tell you, I don't have one as of yet. None of my characters. I've been in several franchises that have pop figures, but whether it's One Piece, Borderlands, Dragon Ball, a couple others.
We need a petition for a Satan pop.
Well, no, they're it's coming now.
Okay,
It has been officially leaked.
Thank goodness.
And I'm getting a Hercule pop.
You've earned it.
Thank you very much. For my friends here, how many do you have now, Karen?
I don't know, 6, 7, 8.
So, oh my God. Josh over here is about to get his 4th one.
Okay.
And I just want one little guy, just for me. So for those of you who know, Funko Pops are a collectible bobblehead series from, you name it. Game of Thrones to
everything.
Disney Kid. I mean, you name it.
They're pops because it's pop culture.
Right,
so
pop culture.
anything-
So it does everything from wrestling, comic books, anime, video games, all kinds of stuff. And, we see a lot of them at conventions because people like to have their pop signed by the people who voice these characters and represent those characters in some capacity. And so, I finally get to have
I'm
one.
so happy to hear that.
Me too.
Wow.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a little bit of a sore subject
I know,
for a while.
I know. And I feel guilty too, because like every time that another one is released for one of my characters, and I'm like, it's coming, it's gonna happen.
Right. Well, Jeremy Inman, who plays Android 16,
Yes.
he just recently got his pop.
Yes.
I was like, how did you get yours come before mine? I literally used your head to help Gohan defeat Cell, and you died. That was it. I'm still alive.
I was actually at a show with him when the first person came up to ask for
Did he
him
cry?
to sign it. And
Did he
was
cry a
just,
little?
It was a proud
Did he have a moment? If he didn't tear up,
I don't know if I saw
So
the
somebody
tears,
needs to
so-
film that when I do it.
I was going to say, what is your moment going to be like when you sign the first one?
I mean, it's gonna be a production.
We're going to have pyro.
Yes, yes. I mean, it'd be like one of the 1 millionth customer shoot off things, confetti and stuff. And
Please
just,
do this. Please
some
do this.
capacity. I will make a big deal about it for sure, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I mean, just the fandom of it all and everything else, and look, we do this to make money and to pay our bills, and having a pop like that does increase your potential to do so. So it's glad. Thank God. That's all I can say.
Well, we're all lucky, and I've talked about this on the show beforehand too. Obviously, I took a paycheck too, doing Bernie all those years, but it's the greatest job in the world because you also get to interact with fans. Yes, you make money, but also you have impact and you're able to touch people's lives, which is so cool.
No question. In my experience, I mean, if they didn't pay me, it would be almost worth it just to have everybody come up and tell you how awesome you are and how much they love what you do and how much you made such an impact on their life. And even, I'm fortunate, people know me from doing Barney, and they'll tell me, "Oh my, you literally are my childhood."
Oh yeah.
I mean, I enjoy those experiences. Just being with Josh. Josh and I do a lot of conventions together. Obviously, being these two characters and friends in real life, and then someone will be looking over Josh's table and be like, "Were you Barney? Were you the voice of Barney?" And be like, "No, I was in the costume." And then that starts a whole other conversation, and then parents get involved, like, "Oh my God," and there's a definitive line. Usually, they'll kind of come at you like, "Oh my God, I couldn't stand watching Barney," or "Oh, we loved Barney. It was such a big part of the household," and we owned all the Barney stuff, and I mean, so
Always tell them, no matter how many times you've heard the song, I've heard it more. Right?
That's true.
You get no sympathy from me. And they're like, I guess you're right.
Yeah, all right.
What is the age group that watches Dragon Ball Z and anime?
It's changed so much. In the
Yes.
very beginning, I would have said, and I don't know if you guys agree, I feel like the fans that came up in the beginning were probably like 16 to 24 maybe.
Okay.
And now it's endless. What's great is now we have fans come up to us who are in their 30s, whatever, but they come in with their children who are now watching it.
Wow.
So they grew up watching it. Now they've introduced it to their children, and then they're coming up to it. It's like now it's becoming this multi-generational thing. And I feel like, honest to goodness, I was having people come up to me at conventions that were like, "You're my childhood of it." And I was like, "Guys, I'm 25." Like, you know, so this realistically, because we were so young when we started.
Right.
So now I have been voicing characters on Dragon Balls my entire adult life.
Wow.
So yeah, it's like I've actually grown up. In fact, one of my characters, Videl, I'm very partial to because I feel a connection to her because I was not that much older than her when I started voicing her. When I was voicing the movie Battle of Gods and she announces her pregnancy, I was pregnant with my son.
Wow.
So, and I got really emotional because I was hormonal. So, she was gonna.
Do not upset the pregnant lady.
But we literally, like, we've grown together. So these fans, it's very much the same thing. They've grown with us. And so when they come up and they talk about the characters, and, you know, you were talking about the impact, like, we've voiced other characters as well. And, you know, I have one in a show called Danganronpa that I've had so many people come up and tell me this particular character, you know, Chihiro, oh, this was when I was able to come out to my family and announce, you know, that I was gay or I was bisexual or I was, you know, whatever it is because of this character. And, oh my gosh, this stuff, it blows you away. Or like with Videl in Dragon Ball, people come up and go, you know, she was one of the first female superheroes that really went into mainstream. And so many girls, young girls, that it was like, man, she was a fighter and she stood up for herself and she did all these things and she matched what those boys could do, and learned and taught herself. And so she was afraid of nothing. And that's so inspirational. And I hear the most amazing stories when I get out there and I get emotional. Oh my goodness. I've had so many moments where I'm like, and I love her and I understand, you know. So
I mean, the one thing we probably hear the most is that you were my childhood.
Yeah.
I hear that more than any, and it doesn't get old.
No.
It doesn't get old. So
No.
I mean, it makes me feel old.
Sure.
Yes.
But it doesn't get old.
Sure.
Oh, so
Well, and we felt that, Josh. Through doing these podcasts, I get all the time, Barney's what introduced me to love. I listened to the I Love You song. I had never been loved before. I came from a family of divorce. I was never told I was loved until that song and what you did and you don't realize that when you're doing it, right? When you're doing the job, you know, I mean, you understand it's important, but you just don't understand the effect it really has.
right.
And then you get to meet people and you get messages and it's just incredible.
Amazing, yeah.
It really is. Kara, so I want to talk a little bit more about what's it like being a female in this industry with all these boys.
With all these dudes.
Yeah, all these dudes.
You definitely learn to hold your own. That's for sure. You know, I feel really fortunate that when I started, I was one of the first females in Funimation.
Wow.
To come in, and I remember one time being interviewed through an official Funimation something, and they said, you know, what is it like to be one of the pioneers, the female pioneers of the industry? And I was like, oh my God, I'm so old. I'm a pioneer. So, I mean, I hadn't really grasped what that meant at that point.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of took me back, and I had to sit and think about it for a little bit. And it's like, oh, how wonderfully special that I got to kind of come in at a time when it was so male-driven, and watch as things really, I mean, and they haven't completely shifted. And while I do a lot of anime and I do a lot of video games, most of my work is actually in commercial narration, English language learning. Highlights Magazine, the children's magazine,
Sure.
is my biggest client.
Oh, wow.
I've worked with them
Very
for over
cool.
a decade. So I record all their magazines every month for international language
Oh,
learning.
wow.
And do the production as well. So back then, that's another one. There were no female engineers or producers or, and I lied my way through most of it. Is, you know, people would come to me and go, do you know, I want you to be able to produce this, whatever. And I'm like, absolutely. Hey, dude, come over here and teach me how to do this really quick. So,
oh my.
I was just, I think I was really fortunate to get the start that I did. I started in radio. And I worked for Radio Disney for a number of years. I had a show on Radio Disney. They taught me how to be a writer. They taught me how to be a producer. They taught me how to put together my own everything. We did characters. We did so much stuff. So Disney, it never occurred to me like, oh, I'm a female. I probably shouldn't be doing these things, because that just wasn't something that was part of our world at Disney. It was like,
I often say that to myself.
Yeah, it's like
Man.
Chris, you're a female and you should be doing these things. Wait.
This is a very deep voice female. So yeah, I was really lucky. But believe me, I have hit my stumbling blocks, and where but I'm a little feisty, and so I'm not afraid to step up and say, oh no, don't you do that male thing. I'm just as capable. I can do this just as well. And so, but I respect where we all need to fall in line with things, and I respect, if someone's had more training or whatever, then they deserve the job.
Right.
But yeah, it's been really fun to now suddenly walk in and it's like, there's a female engineer, there's a female producer, there's a female, like, it is shifting, and I think that line is starting to blur significantly. And it's been fun over the past 20 plus years to kind of watch this and go, you go girls.
I love that. Well, I think we all find in this industry, when I started doing Barney, I'd never been in a costume. I had absolutely no clue. And at one point they came to me and they said, can you dance? I said, sure I can. I can.
You lie your way, man. Lie your way.
Absolutely did. And my mom was actually my first choreographer and taught me the whole routine in my parents' garage. So
great.
In this business, I think it's so important. I was talking earlier about Quante and asking for tips and tricks. And I think all of it, I mean, I don't want to encourage lying, but I think we all do what it takes to get there. I was going to say, you got to do what it takes to get to where you're trying to go. And it's not necessarily lying, because if you are willing to get in there and learn how to do it, that's a totally different thing. Sure.
But I've gotten several gigs where they were like, can you do this? And I knew I was capable. I knew it just was a matter of, okay, I'm going to have to learn how to do this. And I'm going to have to learn how to do it quickly.
Right.
But I'm also not afraid to come in, and if someone comes to me and says, can you do this? And I know I'm not going to be capable of it, my answer is no.
Right.
Because my reputation is on the line, and my reputation is everything in this industry.
Sure.
So I'm not afraid to go, I can't do that, but I can absolutely point you to the person that can.
I think there is a difference between saying, yeah, I can do that, and then thinking to yourself, I can actually probably figure out how to do that. And then being, yeah, I can do that, and being like, doing nothing to take steps. You know what I mean? There's but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, creativity is creativity, and in some capacity, you want to be able to how to tell the story, and you find the beginning, the middle, and the end. And many of these facets of that, whether you're producing something, writing something, it has all those elements, so.
Absolutely.
And I'm competitive, so that's mostly it. It's like, someone comes in and is like, could you? And I'm like, yeah, I can. You think someone would do it better? I'm fiercely, probably more with myself than anything else, is it's like, I want to challenge myself constantly to go, okay, so you're doing this well. What else can you do?
A lot of people are really unaware of her competitiveness because she's only competing with herself a lot.
Oh, man.
So a lot of people don't know that about Karen.
Fierce competition.
Right. Too funny.
Chris, so when did you, or what was the first voice you ever did?
Oh, the first voice I ever did ever as a child, as a person?
Professionally.
Well, I was going to say, as a child growing up, my dad could do Donald Duck really well, and so he taught me Donald Duck. So as a boy growing up, my first voice to mimic was Donald Duck, because you'd be, and just go from there.
Nice.
And then, but my first professional voice I ever did was Mr. Satan, Hercule from Dragon Ball Z.
Wow.
Am I allowed to ask him a question?
Of course you can.
Yes.
I want to know, because I know how a lot of us got into the industry, or how, especially Dragon Ball Z. I want to know your story. I don't know. And actually, Josh, I don't know your story either of how
ours
exactly
is similar.
Ours goes together. Here we go.
Okay.
So back in 94 or so, whatever, I was I was probably in my second year of college. I was on the 8-year program at a 2-year college.
Okay.
And it was Brookhaven College at the time, and I did not have $16 for a lab fee for my drawing class that I was taking.
Okay.
Because I budgeted it out myself, and so instead I was like, well, I want to take some sort of elective type course, so I took an acting class instead. I'm 18 years old, and I never took another drawing class. In fact, I never took another history, biology. I stopped taking all of those classes, and I just took theater classes. That's how much I loved it.
And improv, right? Because
and the improv did come along soon. There was
that's a big thing.
because I got into the theater. There was a lady there, Nancy Fine, who was a casting director here in Dallas for a long time, and a director and stuff. And she was running this sort of continuing ed improv class, like after school, after college hours, I guess. And so I hopped in there and started taking some improv classes there. And you know how it is when you end up being good at something and everyone starts to tell you, hey, you're pretty good at this and you should maybe keep doing this more in some capacity. And so
That's actually never happened to me. I just kept doing it. Nope.
Well, I usually
I'm doing it regardless.
I usually needed
That's that competitive we're talking about?
Yes.
Well, it was good to get a positive response reaction from people, right? And so I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe there's something to that. I do like doing this, and I am having fun, and people are enjoying it. And so I did probably about 3 or 4 plays at Brookhaven College, and then a few of my friends had gone to KD Studios, Actors Conservatory of the Southwest.
And this is all here in Dallas, Texas.
It is here in Dallas. And they came back with like, hey, you got to go to this, Chris, you got, of all people, you got to go to the school. And so I left Brookhaven College and I went and talked to people at KD. I got some loans and some grants and things. And I started going in their program. Josh had previously started that program, but due to some tardiness issues and not showing up issues, there were 4 semesters, right? So I had taken my first semester. Josh was in his second semester. They asked Josh to come back and redo his second semester.
Okay.
And so from there, that's what he joined my class going into their second semester because he was retaking his, right?
Okay.
Right.
So
he's far more responsible these days.
Yes, I was 18. I had just moved from Louisiana.
Wow.
I was just learning how to be on my own and be responsible for myself, and I was working through some things. And but fortuitously, I came back and
that's a big old SAT word.
Right. Well, hey, I went to school.
Wow.
So
you took English classes.
Yes, exactly. I kept taking the English classes in addition to the acting classes.
Right.
But so came back and wound up in Chris's class, and we wound up doing comedy troupes together.
Yeah. Man. After we graduated from KD, a friend of mine that I knew outside of that world, Mark Orvik, there was also John Clark, who had gone to school with. We had all kind of put ourselves together in this capacity. We had this big, crazy improv comedy sort of acting troupe called Actors Without a Stage.
Okay.
And there was like 15 of us,
Yeah, too many people.
Right, and so we ended up trying to put on a show at the Barney Studios in Las Colinas.
Wow.
The La Suprema.
Oh, okay.
La Suprema Organic Mexican Food Restaurant.
Is there any pictures or video of this?
Man, I bet someone does.
We may need to find that, look that up.
Right.
But anyway,
I don't have it.
We put on our show. It wasn't very good, and but there were some things good about it. But as a whole, it wasn't a great show.
Some sparkles.
And then we did a few shows there, if I remember properly. And then from there, we kind of disbanded it a little bit. And then one of the I guess he worked in financial aid at KD. He came to us and said that he booked bands at different venues in Deep Ellum and around Dallas and thought he could get us a gig. So we're like, oh, well, a gig? We can put together a troupe for a gig. And so we kind of condensed that troupe down from 13 to like 6 or 7 guys. And we put together some more of that material. And so it became much more less bulky as a troop.
Sure.
And
Now, was
we
that
streamlined
Section
a few
8?
things. Yeah. Well,
That was that precursor to Section 8. That became Dead Comics Society.
Okay.
We shortened Actors Without a Stage to AWAS too. That became like a thing. So we were called AWAS for a while. And then then after that, Dead Comics Society. And then that all disbanded. And then we ended up getting jobs at Dick's Last Resort in the West End.
Okay.
Do you know that restaurant?
Yeah, no, and I was, I used to go.
So for those of you who don't know, Dick's Last Resort is a restaurant where the servers and bartenders are surly to you.
Yes.
And somewhat insulting.
I can't imagine you guys.
No, it's not so hard to imagine, isn't it?
We were awesome.
I was so good at this job.
So good, in fact, he was fired 5 times.
5 times.
For being too good at your job?
I was fired from Dick's Last Resort 5 times in my career there. 5 times. You know, there was a lot of managers.
I want to interview the person that kept rehiring him.
That was the thing.
There were 5 different managers. That's how we got to.
Yeah.
That's how it worked out.
There was one manager would leave, and I'd swoop back in. Yeah, because it was my home. It's where I belonged. I belonged there.
Okay.
The training was easy. He already knew everything.
That was part of the problem. Is I didn't like to do side work. I'm like, look, I'm a showman here. I just put on a hell of a show. Now you want me to fold napkins? That's your job.
Oh my God. So all of that got you to. Do you feel like all the improv really helped you when it comes to doing what you're doing now?
Oh, 100%. You know, I mean, just coming up with different character voices and different scenarios and things, whether it was on the fly from an improv or something we had developed over time. But using that system of improv to basically write, you know, that's really what improv is, I think, best for. You look at all your good sketch comedy troupes out there, and I promise you they're improvising a lot of that to get to that point, or at least, you know, in my opinion, especially for, you know, the grounding, Second City.
Sure.
And stuff like that.
But it happens so much in voiceover, is you have to, it's so good if you can have the skill of improv to just suddenly come up with something on the fly, because sometimes things don't work once you start putting all the pieces together. It's like, well, that's not that good. What else could we say?
Right.
And if you have another idea, this just happened to me literally last week. I was doing a session, and I mean, it was an early session. It was like 9 a.m. I just dropped my 4-year-old off at his preschool. We had a like screaming fight the whole way there, and I get back, and I'm doing this character that I don't even remember the name of, and they're like, you know, why don't you get into character? So why don't you just give us like I don't know, just 5 minutes of improv, go. And I'm literally sitting there like, are you serious? Okay, let's do this. And then, but thankfully, because I've done tons of improv classes, I always tell people that's the number one thing you need to go take is an improv class, because you have to be able to think of a character on the fly, and you have to be able to create the backstory in a nanosecond. Mm-hmm. And so because I had that experience at 9 o'clock in the morning, all flustered from my day, I was able to create a character. And within 5 minutes, we were recording the script, and we were done with the entire thing within 30 minutes. So that's the training for
Well, the great thing about improv is, you know, people really think, oh, well, you're just making it up off the top of your head.
Right.
But yes and no. Yes and no. There's a lot of preparation that goes into it. Once you kind of know and understand what the rules are in that world, little bits of information can help a lot and go a long way. So in the world of anime, where I have to go jump in the booth and I don't know what character I'm playing that day, I haven't done this show before, and you know, we got to finish it up in an hour. You know, you take your little bits of information and you use the tool of your life scenario in front of you and the characters and people and from pop culture and people you know and stuff like that, and you find something, you pull something, you sell it, you grab it. And that's the idea, is go out there and sell it, fall flat on your face, make it be incredibly horrible as long as you're going for it.
Yeah, do it with passion. If you're going to fail passionately.
Yes.
Kira, what's your experience in improv?
So I have just taken classes. I was never in a troupe. I never performed. It's one of those things I think is important to have in your wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
So every few years, and it's actually been a while because again I have a 4-year-old, and boy does he keep me busy. But that every once in a while I'd go, and I've taken different classes in Deep Ellum. I've taken classes in North Carolina. I've taken classes.
Wow, North Carolina. Okay, continue on.
Wherever I was living. I always wanted it helped me in radio as well. I co-hosted a morning radio show in North Carolina for a long time, And it just helped to be able to kind of keep fresh, because when you're on the air 5 days a week at 6 a.m., you're kind of just you need this, you need help. So yeah, it's a thing. I've always done classes. I was never good enough at it to actually really do it.
So for
I leave that to you. You want
I doubt that.
I bet you. All right, for all three of you, explain, because I'm new to this. I understand the voice over world when it comes to the big purple dinosaurs, but to this world, are you watching? So are you watching the clips when you're doing this, or is it just a script in hand, or are you by yourself? What's going on?
In anime,
yes. In anime.
In anime, you're looking at what's called a time coded script and video. So everything's time coded. Anytime anybody makes a noise or says anything, that gets a time code. It gets a time code stamp, and that's when that noise has to be happening or that line needs to be taking place. So yeah, we watch the sometimes short to semi-medium length scene just to kind of maybe get an idea of what's taking place. So we listen to that nowadays in Japanese. Back in the early days, we did not have those things. We were flying by the seat of our pants. These days, we really have a chance to listen to what the Japanese originally did to get an overall idea of tone and location of the voice. Are they calling out to somebody? What's going on? The emotion of what's taking place. And trying to give it a performance that stays true to the original, but at the same time enjoying it and playing to an American audience.
Sure.
And making it your own. Exactly. So.
And you're by yourself when you go into the booth. You're by yourself, because there's no way there is technicality involved with trying to make sure that everything is lining up with the flaps. The flaps are any time that a character's mouth starts moving, that's called a flap. So your words are having to fit so that it actually looks. In the beginning, anime got a bad rap because sometimes it didn't always match up, but that's because we were recording to VHS tape, and we were having to rewind the tape between every take. So now that
it was beta, man.
It was ridiculous.
So back in the day, you actually had to be really good at matching flaps.
Wow.
To really make sure, because being able to slide things and move things into place. Nowadays, because everything's digital and Pro Tools and the software,
time compression expansion,
it work better now. I mean, back in the day, the tape and Pro Tools used to hate each other and they'd crash all the time.
So much better now, and it's because of the technicality. You can't have 4 people recording at one time. So it's fun. I prefer. I like. You never know if you're going to be the first person recording and you're recording into a void, or are you going to be the last person recording and you get to actually hear everyone else's performances and then react off of it. Yeah, so it's one at a time, and it just kind of builds up, and you've got your script and you've got the anime. So we do these so quickly now, and those of us who've done it for such a long time, you're basically just reading the script, and then afterwards they look and go, okay, did that match the mouth? Because if you're reading these big long lines with big paragraphs, you're not watching the mouth exactly, but you've got it in your periphery, so you kind of have a general idea of, she just stopped right there, that just happened. And
little subtleties like that. I always, and maybe I'll do it a little differently, but when I'm watching in Japanese, I'm using my periphery, as you say. I like that word. I wouldn't have been able to say it like that, periphery, but I'm really following along in the English and with the Japanese, so I'm looking for those pauses. How much time do I have for the pause and the flaps? And trying to kind of get that in a
rhythm,
in a bit of a rhythm, not a sing-songy thing, but more rhythmically, and musically, as it were, and so that normally helps. So at least I know that when the pauses are happening, because I give them those pauses when they're happening in the line, that Pro Tools is an amazing thing. It can slide and move to where you want it. It can be slightly compressed or slightly expanded without distorting it too much. And so, you don't have to be so great at matching the flaps these days, but I still think coming from that old school way of doing it, I prefer to, I almost hate it when the engineer's over there moving
it's like
things. So it's like, no, do it again, because I saw the rhythm that I was off on, and now I got it. And now I got it, so let's just do it again.
I agree.
And you rely so heavily on the directors and the engineers, because First of all, the engineers are going to make you sound good. They're the ones that's going to
Yes.
take your audio and move it around and switch and do what they need
Yes.
to do to make you sound good.
Future voice actors,
Yeah.
learn the names of every engineer you ever meet.
Oh, I mean, the engineers are everything. But then your director is so important because you're not going in there and you're not given the show ahead of time. You're not given a script ahead of time. You don't get to go in and research. You have to literally rely on that director because when you walk in, you're in a void.
Wow.
And they go, okay, this is what's happened up to this point. This is what's happening in this scene. And then if you do it, you could be so off. And they're like, oh, you know what? No, they're actually way more sad during this scene. Or, then the director is, I mean, those two people, to me, sometimes it feels like, yes, I'm lending the acting and I'm giving my voice. But, boy, those two pieces are the most important between the engineer and the director to really make the whole thing come together.
I call the engineer like Chris Angel or David Copperfield.
That's true. It's true. There's times where they'll play something back and I'm like, oh, sorry guys, let's do that again. And you hear the engineer go, give me just a second. And they play it again. You're like, God, good.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad actually. Yeah, nailed it. One take Rager. That's what they call it.
Do you run into that where you think you nailed it and they
All the
don't think you
time.
nailed it?
All the time. I mean, because sometimes, and also there have been times, I mean, I don't.
Or vice versa, where they think you did it and you're not happy with what you
There
did.
is only one show that
I more so think that that wasn't that good.
Yeah, I wanna do it
And then when I
better.
hear it back, I'm like, oh, that was pretty good.
Or sometimes just because you missed you didn't fully grasp what was happening in the scene at the time, and then you do it and you're like, that sounds great, but it doesn't flow well once you add all the pieces in. Oh, that makes sense. Let me do it again. But there's only one
I always
show
try to
that
make sure I get a second read in there because
Yeah.
I know this first one's never going to be exactly what you want.
Yeah, so you
get
can do a second one. But there's only one show that I feel confident enough to come in and it's because I'm really good friends with the director too, so I can come in and go, no, I know these characters and he wouldn't say that. And it's more of a collaborative effort between me and the director, and this is Raleigh Pickens and it's Dragon Ball. It's anything Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z, because he's so familiar and we're so familiar that he gives us a lot of leeway to go, what
when
would
it comes to
Goten
Dragon
say?
Ball, we direct ourselves these days.
Yeah, but he's so good at making sure the scene makes sense. But he's allowed me to go back because I voice two characters in the show, so I voice a female character and also a little boy. And sometimes my characters have lots of scenes together where they're interacting, and I'm very particular about I don't want anyone going, is that the same voice? I want it to be very different.
Can you give us an example?
Goten is a little boy who sits right here, and he's always hungry, and his life is awesome.
And Videla is actually my own voice. Gohan, I remember now what the Gold Fighter was said to be wearing.
Wow.
So I like to make
is
sure
fun.
they're very
It's fun
different.
watching this. It's awesome. It's really fun. You definitely have to check this out on YouTube because this is fun watching this.
Hey, I had a question for both of you. When Carrie and I wore the suit, there were times where we had maybe injuries or difficulty doing the job, either with the suit or just the circumstances. For both of you a time or times where something similar happened?
I have one.
Yeah.
Where it was injured.
Well, do you have vocal issues?
Oh, I mean, like vocal things happen all the time because you get sick or you
Just
get
weather changes sometimes.
weather
you know?
changes. So
Something in the air, pollen.
Sure.
You're always. I have one. Was I was recording the Dragon Ball Fighters game,
Wow.
which ended up being a really big hit, and I was recording Gotenks. So my male character Goten, who he's this cute little boy that sits right about here. He morphs into, he fuses with his best friend, and he becomes a character named Gotenks. And Gotenks is way more tough and rough, and he's like got all the attitude. What? So that one's Gotenks, and I was voicing the Fighters game as Gotenks, and I had pneumonia.
Oh.
And I was coughing really bad. I was on like week 8 of having really bad pneumonia.
They had to burn that microphone.
Oh, yeah, it's true. No, it wasn't contagious. I didn't. But I was super sick and I was coughing so much. And about halfway through the session, I had the most horrifying pain in my ribs. But I was so determined to finish the session with Stephen Hoff and his wife Terry, whom I adore them both. And so we get through this whole session. The next day I was in so much pain I went to an urgent care and I had dislocated 2 ribs recording Fighters.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Bang.
I have none. I've dislocated other people's ribs, but not my own. Not my own. No.
Wow.
Yeah. Someone said people don't think this is a physical sport.
No doubt. Chris?
Top
you know, I
Good luck.
I play a lot of intense characters, and so I mean, I have a lot of walking out of the booth with my head pulsating and sweat pouring down my face and things like that.
Because there's a lot of screaming. And
there's a lot of screaming, and you know, I mean, people think of voice acting. Well, you're just using your voice, and that's just you know, I mean, the reality is I'm still acting, I'm still performing, so there's a lot of physicality that's taking place, and a lot of movement, and then you know, I do play a lot of loud, sometimes yelling characters, and that intensity, you know, amps against the blood flowing and everything. So. I don't really have some crazy fun story about breaking ribs or anything.
Like Sean Schemmel, who voices Goku, the main character in Dragon Ball, has a famous story of doing a Kamehameha that lasted so long he physically passed out.
Yeah, that's good. Wow. That's because he's a little. No, I'm saying.
Yeah, he bleeped out the swear word. Well, that's what happens. Well, LJ Reacts, folks. The following episode may have contained strong language, view discussions, advice. Continue on.
Say that? Can I say that one?
You did.
Say that?
You did.
You did.
Oh, well, I'm just saying. I love you, Sean.
Chris, can we get a little bit of that intense? Just give a little bit of Mr. Satan.
Well, Mr. Satan.
I love Mr.
He's not even my most intense character, I think, sometimes. But Mr. Torg from Borderlands, and then some of the Goliaths I play in that game, too. I play two different versions of the Goliath. One's sort of a big and dumb, and I'm gonna get you, and then you shoot their heads off, and they, you know, freak out, and you know, we get really ragey. But Mr. Satan, you know, he's always intense. Ian Sinclair, who plays Whis, he always makes fun of me because when I do Mr. Satan, my hands pop. You know, that's like a thing. You know, and you really begin to think as an actor, going back and looking at characters, the little physical hand gesture that you do that gets you into that character, you know? And for me, it's these hand pops. So it's, it would be, you know, well, I'm sick and tired of all these light shows and tricks. If you want to fight me, you got to fight the champ, chump. Oh, yeah. You know? So, and that little bit of physicality.
I cannot voice Gotenks unless, because that's my difference between going from Goten, who's super cute here, to anything that's Gotenks. I have to be like, you know, super ghost kamikaze attack. That's like dropping my after every,
Bam!
So now, what's it like, the two of you? Because the character, right?
He's my daddy.
Yes.
So what is that?
That sounded weird.
I am her father. Are you glad that's on tape?
Yes.
Can I get a loop of that?
Who usually goes first? So you get to work.
Whoever's schedule makes it
you
so
don't
they
know
go first.
who's gonna.
Yeah, you never know.
Luck
You
of the
never
draw.
know.
So are you used to reacting to his character, or
maybe? It literally just depends on who gets in there. In fact, the only thing that are the fused characters. Like when I become Gotenks, for years, for the entirety of the show, Trunks was voiced by an actress, Laura Bailey, who is amazing, and she would always go first.
She's done okay for herself.
She's done. She's done okay.
You can Google her.
Yeah, she's kind of a big deal. She would always go first because Gotenks really takes on Trunks' personality.
Okay.
And so I spent most of my career having to listen to her say something and then repeat and go in and repeat whatever she said. Exactly, and then they would overlap our voices and that would become Gotenks.
Okay.
Then Laura left the show to preserve her voice because she's gone on and she's doing amazing things with her life and career. And then Alexis Tipton came in. And while she was getting to know the character Trunks, it was like, you know what, Kara, why don't you, since you're so familiar at this point, why don't you take over? And I was like, great, and I did. And then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, seniority. This is my character now. So now I'm just hoping nobody comes through and goes, actually, no, Alexis is good now. Because I love doing it. But now I get to take the lead and I can go in and do the character and she comes in and follows what I do.
Nice.
So that's the only time that it kind of matters who's going first. Other than that, you're kind of in a void. I like going last just because you get to hear everyone else's performances.
I would say that, like, especially for Josh and I, because our characters live together. She's off on her own now, married and with a family. But I would say probably more often is that I record first, usually. Would you say that, Josh?
No.
No, it's the other way around?
It's usually me. Yeah.
Okay. I'm usually getting booed then. Which is good. You know, as an actor, you want something to play off of.
Right.
Right. You know, it's more simple, I think, you know, as an actor. It adds a little
I like
extra little bit of simplicity to it, you know, because you have something to go off of, but I mean, you know.
So Chris, what's the hardest character you do?
Like I said, a lot of the video game stuff gets pretty intense.
Yeah.
Just because it's very repetitious, you know, so they don't just want one take on a particular line, they want 5. You know, so they can go back in and have something to play around with. So you're doing a lot of these lines multiple times, multiple ways. I mean, also too, but there's elemental damage that takes place in this video game in Borderlands 2. So whether it's acid or corrosion of some kind, or fire, or a freeze weapon, or something I have to then go and do those reactions based on whether I'm set on fire, or I'm dying from acid, or I'm being frozen to death. You know, so you have to then go back in and repeat those and do those 5 different ways. So,
and how do you do something like that? All right, now you're on acid.
Well, not I'm on acid, but
you know what I'm saying.
You're burning by acid.
Burning by acid.
Man, you guys are freaking me out.
This is nuts.
Well, you just kind of go there. You know, you just sort of imagine. You know, you've in your head at some time you probably seen a movie or seen something where somebody was being burned by acid, and you just kind of you pull from those kinds of things that you've seen or heard or hopefully not experienced yourself. But you just go with that. You know, and run with it.
Exactly.
You know, and you're, you know, if it's fire, you know, or freezing, you know, you just, and the physicality, does help change those, you know, but emotion does that too, though. As an actor, you know, your breathing really does dictate the emotion that it's taking on, you know, as we intensify our breathing, you know, you begin to relate that to more anger and someone being upset, you know, as we slow that breathing down, you know, you begin to think of somebody more somber or sad, you know, and so being in control of that breath can really help you dictate and take you to, you know, a different emotional place.
Do you get that way, John? I'm noticing these two are very physical with what they're doing. Are you the same way?
No, Definitely. Joss is she's just chilling.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I get crazy. With my kid Boo, he's characterized as like a junkyard dog. And when I do him, I'm like,
you need the physicality.
I got to.
It looks like it's a must,
right? Yeah.
Well, if you don't, you can hear the
difference. I mean, just watch. If I just go
versus
yeah,
the physicality matters so much. That's one of the first things you. And one of my favorite stories you were reminding me when you were talking, and I'm going to steal this one, is Kari Wahlgren is an amazing actor in LA. And she has done such incredible work, and I did a panel with her so many years ago, and she told a story that I was like, oh, that's so good. She was voicing a game, and her character was being fed into a wood chipper, and she asked everyone in the audience, she said, so what do you think the first question I asked the director was? And everyone's kind of sitting there, and she's like, feet first or head first, because that's going to completely change how I voice this. And I was like, oh, that's so true. Like, it's the details. You got to find out, like, okay, I'm being lit on fire, but is it starting with my head or my feet?
Yeah, head first is going to be a shorter reaction.
Yeah, that's going to be a shorter reaction. If it's going to be your feet, are you trying to stop, put the fire out while you're, like, you got to think through all the details. I'm falling off a building. Well, how tall is the building? Or, you know, and they'll usually say you're falling off a building, so give us 10 in a row when you're doing reactions. So you lengthen them each time because it's going to be a different fall or a different... You know, do you land on your head or do you land on your back? Or do you land, because those are going to be different sounds. So you have to be willing to think of all the variety of all the horrifying things that can happen to a human body.
Same with climbing or leaping on things, you know, there's, you know, little hopping on stuff and then you got to hop and land on things, you know, and just, you know, just little things like that. And just, you don't think about just that you have to do those 30 frickin' times.
Yeah.
You know,
martial arts training helps. I had a lot of martial arts
Yeah.
training throughout my life, yeah. And learning how to, because there's a difference between punching and taking a punch.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two very different sounds. The way your air moves is going to be different. So kind of knowing what that's going to sound like was very helpful for me doing all the Dragon Ball stuff. And
I always tell students if you're getting punched in the gut, go with that vomit noise, that that noise, and then once you learn that, you're
good.
You're on the next level.
There's like two things you need to know how to do is to get punched, to punch, and then go, huh?
Yeah. I had Tatum, J. Michael Tatum in my classes recently, and I like how he put people through some of those emotions. He's like, okay, you're pushing a heavy box. All right, now now you're lifting that box up the stairs. Right, and so a real specific visualization of something that we've all done that's going to give you an excerpt, and I thought, man, that's actually really clever stuff.
That's great.
Okay.
Giving a real physical realization of the sound that he wants that could relate to me swinging a weapon or hopping on something or getting on top,
We're gonna go. We've got a little bit of time left.
All right.
I want to talk about. I want to talk about the conventions. Your first convention. What was it like when you got to be in front of the fans for the first time?
Who wants to go? I'll go. Wizard World Chicago.
Okay.
And I don't know that it was my actual first convention. It was the first one that really
Most
struck
memorable.
home. Yeah. That was the one where I had been working in radio, and I went to this convention, and I was with Chris Sabat and Jason Liebrecht and Sean Schimmel, and it was all the boys and me, and it was such a eye-opening experience because that's when the fans really came out and interacting with the fans. I was like, what am I doing with my life? This is where my heart is.
Right.
And so I went back, quit my radio job, and built a studio in my house and went full-time in voiceover. So that convention changed everything. The second one for me that was really big deal was Animazement. This was many years ago. They flew in the entire Japanese cast of Dragon Ball. And I got to meet both of my characters' counterparts, the original voices from Japan. And that was such a, it was an honor that cannot be put into words. To sit on a panel with the voices of the Dragon Ball franchise and to interact with them and talk to them and have dinner with them and learn about what their life's like in Japan and how famous they are. And
very, very famous.
Oh, and the voice of Adele, there's been two, but the voice of Adele, we were sitting there talking and someone asked us on the panel, what's it like to meet each other? And of course I get this long answer, which would surprise you all. And when they asked her, she said in English, everything had been through a translator, but she said in English, when I met Kara, I knew I had met my family.
Aww.
And all you see it's on YouTube, and all you see is me go. Because I was just like, and that's what it felt like. I mean, I've been hearing her voice my entire career, so it was a very, very poignant moment.
Wow. Chris?
One of my first conventions, my first memories of going out to meet fans and stuff like that were the Dragon Ball Z Hummer Tour days.
I was in North Carolina. I didn't get to go on those.
You didn't go on those?
No.
Oh, well, Score Entertainment had created a card series game, a card series and a card game based on the Dragon Ball, kind of like Pokemon or...
lame-ish Pokemon. Yeah, we'll be doing this. Thumbs down. Continue.
Magic and those kinds of things. So they had hired a driver to drive this decaled up, military-grade Hummer, black Hummer, with all the, Goku and Vegeta and all the characters on them and Dragon Ball all over it. And they would drive that around the country, and then they fly the voice actors in for different events and different types of conventions, and we do like a comic book store meet and greet one day or like at a mall or something. And so that was really my first introduction into that kind of world where people were going to pay me money for me to sign my name onto things. And it was like, well, I needed to figure out how to do this more. How do I get to do that every day?
For you, Josh?
It was the same the Score Entertainment. I'd say probably more recently, back in 2015, after being the primary child caregiver for my children for years, they finally got old enough to leave them at home with my wife without me feeling guilty. And I went out and I sat at a convention, and by lunchtime I'd sold out of the eBay trading cards that I had bought to sell, and I was like, wow.
Wow. Okay.
They still like this. And it's been 4 years since, and I've been doing.
Josh literally called me up. Was like, "Hey man, we need to start doing these together." I was like, "I've been saying that for years, man. You just been, at home
raising children, right?"
No, and that's the same with me. Is when my son was born, I think I had 4 conventions the first year of his life, which I had said, like, don't book me in conventions.
Right.
And so I was having to fly out with a baby and take my mom so there'd be someone to watch him. And I was having to, like, nurse him between panels and stuff. And I was like, this is too hard. So I took a big break. I didn't do conventions for a long time. And last year was my reintroduction into the convention world. And this year I already have a ton booked in 2020. And that blew my. It's like, whoa! This and what's great is I take him to about half of the conventions because now he's 4. So again, I'll fly my mom or fly someone to come and hang out with him while I'm working, and he digs it. He loves going to those. So he knows all the characters,
that's
and he
awesome.
loves the cosplay. He loves meeting the fans. He loves to sit at my table and try to, like, sell my goods. It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
It's fun. He's growing up in this world.
That's very cool. One fan that you remember, each of you, real quick. One fan that you remember.
Okay.
Remember, you can improvise. So, one fan that you remember that touched you from whatever way, if it was amusing or whatever it was.
Oh wow! Recently a fan brought me and Chris replica belts of our characters. Right?
That was cool.
The fan gifts are amazing.
Yes.
Sometimes.
And I mean, this is molded foam. He took a weight belt and put glued foam on it and designed the letter. I get candy all the time because my character eats candy and turns people into candy, and people bring me treats, and so I mean, I can't think of one besides that one recently.
I mean, we meet so many fans that are, we have these great little quick moments and things like that, but they do bring you things, and a lot of it too is sometimes not necessarily fans or people who are staff or at the convention or they're running a booth themselves, but they are fans and stuff like that, and you begin to kind of build relationships with people as you kind of go to different conventions and stuff. So it's kind of this. What I really enjoy is having little tiny kind of friends and family meetups when depending on what city or location I'm going to, because I know these certain vendors are going to be there, and I know that these certain guests are going to be there, and I know the some of the staff members because they work this other convention, so I get to see them. So in many ways it's like looking to scope out your friends again and get to hang out with them as you kind of travel in this world.
I've had some incredible interactions with fans, and I've also gotten to go to hospitals and meet children.
Incredible.
And there's been so many very poignant. When you ask the question, there's one that comes to mind immediately, and that was a convention. Again, it was Animazement, as an amazing little convention in North Carolina that I love going to. And I'm on a panel, and a fan stands up, and it's a girl. And this was kind of the cusp of when it was becoming mainstream. Up until then, it was just kind of a cult following. And she stood up, and it was a grown woman, and she told the story about how she had been watching Dragon Ball, and she was severely bullied in school, and she...
Oh, really? She bullied? I didn't know that. It was... Oh, man, I felt worried for this fan. Continue on.
Was about to commit suicide.
Wow.
And started watching Dragon Ball Z, and Videl came on, and she was so inspired by Videl that she got together, she started fighting back, she did all these things, and she ended up becoming a doctor. And while she was telling the story, her husband and children stood up, and she was tearful and told me how, that this character that I had grown up with, that I've been so lucky to voice my whole life, my whole adult life, really saved her.
Wow.
And that was the moment that's the moment that I understood how important this job was. It's not just me being an actor. It's me doing something that matters.
It's so amazing. We had Ken Scott, who played one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the 2 movies. And he got into martial arts because he was bullied.
Same here, actually.
Bullied,
Same
he got
story.
beat up, and so he went and got his dad to sign him up for a class, and then changed his life.
That's completely. Martial arts altered my existence. I was so bullied in one school that I had to be moved to a different school because they feared for my safety.
Wow.
And when I moved to the second school, I asked my mom if it was okay. I used my allowance to go sign up for martial arts classes, became a black belt, became very competitive in martial arts, actually won the Grand National Championship in 95, won first place in my category.
Wow. 9th year I was born, man. Continue on.
Don't train anymore, but that was so pivotal for me to have something that gave me the self-confidence to and also learn the discipline to. It's not about fighting, it's about protecting yourself and feeling. And I never had to use it. The confidence in me shifted, and nobody bullied me after that.
Oh man, thank God.
It's not.
Very pivotal.
Right.
Josh, this has just been a blast.
Right.
This has been a blast.
Thanks for having me and my friends.
Yeah, absolutely. In this world, thank you. I've seen a little bit, but now I feel like I've got immersed into this.
Thank you for
world.
having us. This has been so much fun. Like I said, any excuse to hang out with these two dudes. I love these guys so much. So, and to talk about stuff that we're passionate about, this is really fun. So
thank you so much. Thank you for watching Purple Roads, and remember to keep your eyes, ears, and heart open, and you'll find your Purple Road. I love you all, and I will see you soon.
See ya, Carrie. Oh man. So that was Purple Roads with Carrie Sisson, episode 4. What do I think about this episode? Man, it was amazing. So far, this episode went to be a success. Anyways, double episode of LJPCBM, episode 4 and 2. The last episode of the decade. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one, which is going to be the very first episode of the 2020s, called The Mariposa Trip 28. Till next time, Sue Jerry, goodbye, peace out, baby. Get more LJPCBM episodes you guys very soon. Till then, the Jeff was saying out. See ya.
Given unto me this life I'll never take for granted, and given all the time I failed to really understand it, I never sought to meet the maker of reality, the one who gave the life that which is always happening, but I tried all the time. I ask, why me? Why was I the one